Okay, Mike was being weird. Like I was saying, title's not being changed. This might be a 24, not a 24, 12-hour stream. What else? Something else just said. Title's not being changed, 12-hour stream, fix the mic. Yeah. That's about it. I'm not gonna lie. Keep it to the gist. Refresh, make sure we're at the top. Just rip through them, rip through them, rip through them. Make sure we're at my speed. Cut out some fluff. Both keys. Check here. Window capture picked something up, so it should be working. What is good, YouTube? This, you know what I'm saying? You know what time it is. We got why are superhero capes a thing by talking about pre-fire like. This one of his videos actually came early onto because it's a late stream. It like literally just dropped like a couple hours ago. Well, that's what that just said, but it's more than a couple hours by now, I think. Oh, well, just an hour ago. Yeah. It's Main Man Sly. Once again, slide into a timeline and provide you with some content. You feel me? Trying to make sure I keep y'all right. Today we got me. We got some eats. Because this might be a 12-hour stream. So I gotta fuel up. And yeah, without further ado, let's just slide right into it. Talk to me. Great movie, by the way.
And it's a no on the cape. I think it's cool. Take that off. It's disrespectful.
Capes are cool. Sometimes.
Okay.
It's really hard to imagine Superman or Batman without a cape. However, it sounds insane to want Spider-Man or Flash.
Okay. He sounds like not Pint is here. The other guy we react to often. Not Pint. Hold on. I'll pull up my sub list so I can find him. I'm trying to remember his name, dog. I'm going to look through. I'm going to resume the video, but I'm going to look through. But I don't know, cause like there's another like Golden Fall What Ifs. I used to watch him, and then Comic Casual pops up, same exact voice. I don't even think that's a stretch. Like same cadence, same everything. So like people have multiple channels, and I'm like trying to get myself to accept it, like, especially when it's not directly said. Like two different spheres of content. The titles are not like one brand. They're like two separate sides of, you know, kind of like the creator's personality. And I think it's cool.
To wear one. So I went and found out why, and weirdly enough, it has
never
nothing
mind.
to
He
do
shows
with
his face.
mobility.
They're not the same person.
Why do
Forgot.
superheroes wear capes in the first place? Is it fashion, function, or something else?
It sounds similar.
And how are capes the most iconic yet complex?
He could be inspired by the other guy. I hate calling him the other guy. He makes like manga related videos. Bro, I react to him all the time. I think I'm gonna just check my history. I think that'll be faster. But he could be inspired by him because commentary videos do have similar formats regardless. So it's like I wouldn't really nitpick format and go, oh yeah, this guy, you know, is based off this guy. But what I will say is like just based off his speaking cadence, he's likely inspired by bro.
Piece of clothing in all of superhero media? Well, to find out, we first have to look into the origin of superheroes. Not Krypton, not Gotham, but a circus in the 1930s.
Okay.
Apart from being a place full of
very
joy for the
information
whole
video.
family, circuses in the 1930s were still a big part of.
This is also tough because Dick Grayson comes from the circus. So as the first sidekick in DC, it could have been based off of like what started superheroes as a whole or what inspired them.
Entertainment offerings next to bars, music, and film.
This might be
One of
tough.
the most recognizable attractions from circuses were the so-called freak shows that displayed
Yeah,
people with
know about
unusual
that.
physical traits, rare diseases, or the closest thing there was to real-life superpowers, wearing bright, colorful, and extravagant outfits to stand out. Wait, stop right there. Doesn't this one look familiar? No? Okay, but then what if I...
Hercules, Andre the Giant.
In 1938, artist and co-creator of Superman Joe Shuster took huge inspiration from wrestlers, Pulp Fiction, and circus performers, especially strongmen, to create the design for Superman. A huge, super strong dude wearing a colorful outfit with underwear on the outside,
see it
and
now.
of course, a long red cape. But why? I mean, yeah, they're cool references, but I don't see Batman's cape being influenced by strongman, and this doesn't really explain why there are hundreds of other heroes that have them while others just don't.
Likely
Which
just
is
a
why the
genre.
circus performers were only the tip of the cape's iceberg, and there's actually
Oh,
3
okay.
increasingly deep reasons for capes to exist and be as important as they are today, beginning with form.
Talk to me.
Drawing is hard.
Yes.
For some, that is. Between the 1940s and 50s, amidst the Great Depression, newspapers and comic book publishers were forcing artists to produce good and cheap products fast, which
Sure,
led them to
yeah.
come up with a creative solution in the shape of a flat colored sheet of fabric that fixed 2
Covered most of
huge
the body,
problems
which would
when it
make
came
it
to
quicker
drawing
to draw.
characters, especially the flying ones, that is. Just like cartoons being drawn with 4 instead of 5 fingers to make hands easier to draw,
Right.
and Hulk turning green because the printer wouldn't spit out the original gray, capes were drawn so that the superhero was quickly recognizable thanks to the bright colors they're usually drawn with, and so
Right.
that flying heroes would be easier to draw.
And then Jerry
Okay, yeah, I
started
figured.
working on,
Okay.
a cape
So that when the character zoomed
so
through
that
the
he
air,
could
would give
get up
more
flowing,
action and movement
make
to
it
the
look
character.
like he was really
True.
flying.
Okay, I like
Okay,
that.
that sounds cool and all, but how is adding something to the design
Like
gonna
the
make
movement.
it easier to draw? Well, that's because you're not seeing the full picture. You. Anyway, check this out. If I were to show you this sketch, you could easily understand that the character is flying, right?
No.
However, you wouldn't
The
know
leg
where
could be standing
to.
up.
It lacks direction.
Mm.
It is only when I add the cape that you start
That they could be falling off of something. But yeah, they could be flying. But you don't know where. Here's a great point. Like, even look at something like Invincible, where a lot of people don't have cape. Well, Omni-Man has a cape, but Invincible doesn't have a cape. A lot of Ultramites don't have capes. You know their direction relative to other things, but giving them a cape makes the thing attached to their body the relative thing. So even in somewhere like space, you know what direction they're flying. But oftentimes what they use is like hair to indicate that. But hair has to be very like minute and precise, while a cape, there are minute and precise parts, like, you know, the bottom of the cape, how parts of the cape interact. But unlike hair, you have to draw like follicle by follicle. If you're like, you know, being an OP animator with a cape, there's less moving elements. Like, you can just move, like, say this part, 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 and have it look realistic. While with hair, you have to move multiple subsections.
getting that feeling of direction and even speed.
This is low-key tough.
Or look at this other example. An
It's a great
action
point.
pose that with the addition of the cape can turn into a hover,
Adds
a
more
dodge,
flair.
or a dry stop. Pretty cool,
Mm.
right? Even to this day, artists are happy to be able to play around and experiment with the cape, as if used correctly, it can become a character in itself. Literally. But then, what about the flying heroes without capes, and the non-flying heroes with them? What's the reason there? Well, the crazy thing is that capes are used for a lot more than making flying cool, including fixing design, story, hierarchy, or even my problems. Okay, maybe not, but I think subscribing might help. I hope it does. Thanks. Despite people
I like his
thinking
editing.
capes are useless and are there just to look cool, because they do, the truth is that there's actually 4 types of characters who use them for a very
Okay.
particular task each. Some are justified, some not so
Practical.
much.
Nuggets!
However,
Some
this will
effect.
help us understand why characters that have one look cool, while those who don't would most likely look ridiculous wearing one. First, there's capes on flying heroes that make for around 90% of cape wearers. We already know that this used to be more
That's
of
not
a
bad.
drawing technique to make flying look better. However, as
90%.
time went on, artists began to run into another problem. Most flying heroes, especially from DC, became dependent on the capes simply because of how convenient it was. So to avoid being compared or confused with Superman, artists decided to come up with some rather creative solutions. Yes, that is Green Lantern. No, it's not AI.
That's Green
Some changed the
Lantern.
color, some changed the length, and some added outlines, all in hopes of creating a unique and iconic design for the
Yeah,
flying
once
character.
a lot of people bite the
Of course,
flow,
there's
they
others
gotta
that
be
said
unique
screw
with
it and ditched the cape entirely, either because the story presents a more realistic approach, as it's the case with Chronicle, or for
Okay.
poetic reasons, like Icarus not really fitting the superhero archetype, or Mark wanted to differentiate himself from his
the
father.
father.
And
Right.
although these examples work just fine, you can't deny that capes for flying heroes just make sense.
For sure.
But you know what makes more sense? Actually using the cape.
Yeah.
Not wearing,
Functionality.
Batman is probably
Batman,
the best
yeah.
example of what
He uses
using
it
a
for
cape
parrying,
really means.
blocking bullets.
Just like the rest of characters of this section, Batman is all about giving actual functionality to the big cloth, whether by making it bulletproof, fire cape really means functionality to the big cloth.
Hey, hit him with a Dragon Ball Z. Hold on, let me
This
get that freeze
section,
frame.
Batman is all about giving actual functionality to the big cloth.
Hey, oh my goodness, man. Good God.
Whether by making it bulletproof, fireproof, using it to glide, hide, scare, or anything else considered useful.
He doesn't kill.
Other characters like Moon Knight, Spawn, Miguel O'Hara, or especially Cloak also fit in this category. Not because they all have a dark and scary vibe, but because more than a design choice, their capes are another tool they have at their disposal.
Right.
Wait, wasn't that strange? I don't mean weird,
strange.
I mean like the Doctor Strange. Capes are also famously seen in characters with magical abilities like Doctor Strange or the Scarlet Witch, and the story behind why that is goes even further than the existence of capes themselves. So allow me to give you a quick 30-second history lesson that has more to do with fiction than with history. Don't worry, I'll make it fun. Long before Disney popularized the stereotypical look of wizards with the top hat and the long robe in 1940, characters like Merlin the Magician, or Enchanter, or Wizard, he went by many names, were already being described as old men wearing large robes and hats as far back as the 12th century. This gave them a sense of power and mystery that later would make its way into superhero media in the shape of cloaks and capes, because fighting in robes is just as hard as you think. How did I do? Today, these magical characters are your witches, wizards, sorcerers, magicians, illusionists, and other beings whose powers are deemed as magical. And if you've been paying attention, you'd realize that these characters also tend to be smarter and a lot more powerful than your average super soldier.
Right. With magic, it's like
the reason for that goes all the way back to medieval times. With documented uses as early as the 6th century, capes were once the ultimate symbol of status and power. But it wasn't just wearing any cape, since the mix of using high-quality wool and or silk, the famously rare and expensive color purple, and adding various small details would all signify the social rank of whoever was wearing it, or in our case, the power level.
Right.
Dr. Doom, Magneto, Hela, Mephisto, Thor, and of course Black Panther all fall into this category either because of raw power, social power, or both of course. Although there is a subcategory that I think is kind of funny, because if we follow the idea of wearing a cape to show their power, we find that some characters use it purely for flair. Just to show that, well, they can.
Pull up Piccolo, bro.
Because God forbid a man looks cool wearing a cape. But okay, this was a complex formula based on historical facts and decades worth of examples. However, what if I told you that nothing of what I've said today is truly the reason as to why capes still exist to this day, and the real and most important reason has been in front of us for as long as we can remember? Don't believe me? Okay, then prove me wrong. This is a drawing of a superhero. You don't need a mask or big muscles or anything to know that Stickman had You don't need a mask or big muscles or anything to know that Stickman had superpowers. And that's the magic of it. Ever since Superman wore that cape back in 1938, society decided that Ever since Superman wore that cape back in
you cool? Superman's hairline was received. That's not a very Superman, is it? God. Damn, boy.
1938, society decided that superheroes would forever be linked with capes. I mean, I can't be the only one who used to wear capes as a kid to feel like a superhero.
Nah, you're the man.
Not gonna lie, wearing this right now feels cool as hell. Are we done? Okay, because I'm sweating my... Just like red means stop and green means go, capes mean superhero. And the true reason why is that it just feels right.
Feels like it, yeah.
Regardless of the weight, the size, and the inconvenience of running, driving, fighting, or doing anything else than standing still.
You gotta stop letting it fall off, bro. You gotta use the anime technique. You gotta keep it on. If you don't, you lose aura. The person I'm thinking of is Pave Lover. They have similar style cadences when they speak.
It just feels right to have the flying hero wearing a cape. It feels right to have the powerful villain wearing a cape. And it feels right to see this Halloween costume and say, Yeah, that's a superhero, alright? So next time you wonder why superheroes wear capes, you could be that guy and talk about the circus, or you could
I'm
be the
not
cool
talking about
guy
the
and
circus.
answer what I believe is the best and only answer. Because they're cool as fuck. Now go find out what would happen if you bonded with Venom, maybe subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Yo, he's one of them. He almost caught me. The lack of outro merchant. Hey man, appreciate y'all for watching. As always, the main man Slide, slide into your timeline, providing some content. As always, stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. No time to catch me next. Peace.
Total Drama Island. Wait, no matter.
Yo, YouTube. We have a video from Senshi Jr., our dog Senshi's second channel. The videos I'm posting here have been react length, so I'm playing around with adding to this channel. We got Total Drama Island is insane. As always, I'm gonna prefer I like. As always, the man Sly. Slide onto your timeline to find you some content. Without further ado, let's just slide right in.
Total Drama Island. Wait, no matter of fact, the entire Total Drama series was ahead of its time and is easily one of my favorite childhood TV shows by far.
Okay.
The concept of reality TV shows has been around since the beginning of time and has always been intriguing to me. Whenever my mom would be watching some Keeping Up with the Kardashians or even
Nah,
Dr. Phil,
facts.
I ain't gonna sit here and pretend I wouldn't peek glances at the screen to see what type of nonsense they were talking about.
Because I think you are going to be shocked. Because the young mother you're about to meet was not 16. She wasn't 15.
Not 15.
She wasn't 14.
14.
She wasn't 13.
13.
She
She
wasn't
wasn't
even
even
12.
12.
So when they took the concept of reality TV and combined it with my favorite form of media at the time, cartoons, it was always going to be a guaranteed hit for me. Total Drama Island is a Canadian series that takes place in Camp Warrenakwa, where 22 teenagers all compete in extreme challenges
Nah,
and
from
a
here,
chance
but
to
I know
win
my way around.
100k. Not a million, not 10 million, 100k. I feel like I have to emphasize this because I don't know if half the stuff they go through is even worth 100k. And it's like 100k Canadian, bro. That's like 50.
To be fair, that's now. 100K was worth a lot more back then. Now, there's old people that were able to buy a house off of like 10 grand, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard a story similar. It's either that or it was literally 100K. So, highball of how like useless this money is, they could buy a house just off their winnings. Low ball in terms of how useless this money is, they could buy 10 houses off these winnings.
50k max. I guess this really speaks volume of how bad the inflation and the current economic state of the world is right now. 100k back then is probably like $500,000
This
right
shit,
now.
this
Every
episode
3 days a
disgusted me,
campfire
man.
ceremony is held where this accomplice of Shaitan, Chris McLean, hands out a marshmallow to the contestants to stay on the
Shaitan?
island, and those who don't get
He
a
be
marshmallow
spamming
are
that.
eliminated from the game. Chris McLean is like an evil version of Mr. Beast. Like matter of
Facts.
fact, these days Mr. Beast challenges actually pay out more prize money than Chris McLean did on Total Drama. Anyways,
been
now you're
paying
off
them
the
more
road,
money.
let's cut the yapping and get straight into the meat and potatoes. Cause I wanna be
Famous.
Na 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 na. I wanna be
Damn,
famous.
You know,
I wanna be famous. Yeah, hell no. I'm sorry. You know I had to. We get to be the first contestant, and Chris McLean has already started the mind games because he told them they would be
Yeah, I
staying
see
at a
top shit.
5-star
She ready.
all-inclusive resort. We got Beth, a nerdy, socially awkward girl. We got DJ, a token black guy that looks like he benches 400 for reps. We got Gwen, and let me tell you something about Gwen. 10-year-old me had the
People were
biggest
peeing
crush on
over
her.
her.
Matter of fact,
Confirmed.
we can blame
What
the
the
Cartoon
fuck?
Network for the
Hold on. This can't be it.
10-year-old me had the biggest crush on her.
Hold on.
Matter of fact,
This is not a. What does that say down there? Yeah, Cartoon Network did not organize this. This is what you think it is.
we can blame the
Oh my
Cartoon Network
God.
for the
How did you
goth
get
body
this,
epidemic,
Sitchy?
because all these characters single-handedly rewired the brains of thousands of prepubescent children. We got Jeff, a
Literally.
token blonde white frat guy. We got
on,
Lindsay,
you
a
can't hit
token
that shit, though.
snowbunny who's extremely stupid. We got Heather, a feisty evil baddie. It wasn't my personal cup of tea.
Wasn't a
but I know some of you
baddie. Wasn't a baddie. Wasn't feisty. Was evil as hell. I hate women like that.
I started developing attractions towards toxic women, all because of her. Then we got Duncan, the man that was Aurora farming
Top
before Aurora
shit,
farming
bro.
even
Everybody
existed.
was
He was a
farming this
troublemaker that
nigga,
was on
though.
parole from juvie, and you're lying if you didn't think he was one of the coolest in the show back then.
Fuck
We got
no.
Tyler, that one athletic kid that made the varsity one
This nigga
time, and
chopped
now wears his
too.
uniform everywhere he goes. He probably still goes to the school football games despite already
Same
having
color,
graduated.
too.
We got Harold, the socially inept nerdy guy. That's actually kind of chill.
He
once you
kinda
get to know
tough.
him.
Look
We
at-
got Trent, the performative male
His forehead too big. And his chin too strong.
final boss. This man plays guitar, listens to Lefe, and drinks matcha like it's water. We got Bridget, a blonde surfer chick that looks
She look like a vibe. I ain't
like
gonna
she's
lie.
part of the popular girls, but it's actually pretty cool once you get to know her. We got Noah, a smug shotty that pretends to know more than he
Stop. Just as bad of a jaw just as big of a forehead. And you can tell by the fact that these are bangs, his hairline is receding like shit. Oh, you pull his hair back, his hairline, being generous, starts here. I can fit 1, 2, 3, 4 whole cursors, my man. And that's with him with his eyebrows up like these. You put him down, you probably fit 5 whole cursors there. And that's a 5 head. Stop playing.
We got Lashana, some more black representation.
She was cool. Good black representation. We seen the video from our dog, Antonio Speaks. She is like overly like loud and rowdy, like, you know, stereotypes. What can you do?
And she had no reason to be bird like this in a kids TV show. We got the 2 annoying hot Cheeto girls, Sadie and
All the ears come out. Like, that's one thing I will say. They were very good at making each body unique. Like, they have the same calf. One is just like wider. They have 2 different shapes for the hamstring. Obviously 2 different body shapes. Kind of the same arm shapes, low key. They're like clones of each other. But if you look at the face shape, this is like a triangle with like a square on it, and then this is like a little hemi circle, a half circle right there, right there, and then that's their triangle, that's your square. I like that. I like that they actually went the extra mile for like the character design. Cartoons were made different back then. I ain't gonna lie.
we got the local crackhead Ezekiel. This is the
this it does thanks to schools.
Guy that hasn't gone outside in decades and has
negative
no
chin, by the way.
We got Cody, the guy who got bullied as a kid and has decided to change up his whole personality after being put into a new environment. He's like a worse version of Trent. We got Ava, a Russian.
Yeah, she wrestles bears.
Muscle girl. We got Owen, that one fat guy who's chill with everyone and no one really hates. He has that real golden retriever energy. This is the type of people you want around you.
Yeah, he's too young
we got Courtney, and she's the perfect archetype of that one light-skinned girl that everyone swears ruined their life. We got Justin, a certified looks maxer.
Marlon is crazy. See, unlike the rest, his hairline is pretty decent. This is obviously being generous because he has bangs, but that means his hairline will start here. It's 1 cursor, 2 cursor, 3 cursor, maybe about 4 cursor, about a regular forehead, you know.
And lastly, but certainly not least, we got Izzy, the crazy jungle girl who's low-key a bad.
Yeah,
now you're
she's
familiar with the
crazy.
entire roster. Here are the teams. On Team Screaming Gopher, we got Gwen, Trent, Heather, Cody, Lindsay, Beth, Katie, Owen, Lashana, Justin, and Noah. On Team Killer,
Low-key good team comp.
Jet, DJ, Sadie,
No, they got
Izzy,
mogged.
Ezekiel, Duncan,
They have mogged.
Ava, and Harold.
They got mogged. They got mogged. Team what?
Gopher, we got Gwen, Trent, Heather,
Team
Cody,
Gopher does not have
Lindsay,
my vote.
Beth, Katie, Owen, Lashana.
They have like 3 big people, a couple like intelligent people. This is a mogger, but he don't look too strong. Right? He's just a mogger to be a mogger. Like, he like that one dude in real life who like taking his son blood to look younger. That's how this can look. Like, his chin is this strong and his lips are all the way up here. It makes no sense. He has the most like squished up face, even compared to her. Her joint, mind you, what a hairline. This has to just be the angle, bro. Holy, but boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 cursors, and that was her entire head. I meant to just do lip down. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can start from anywhere. I'll start at the lowest point, even better for the doubt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You say 6, 6.5.
Justin,
like, come on, bro. His face is too scrunched up, man.
DJ,
Sadie, never mind.
Lashana, Justin, and Noah. On Team Killer Bass, we got Jeff, Bridget.
Team Killer Bass got it. His chin start strongest too, but they have him who same slim build. Other dude has a better chest because like his joint, his build is like here, and then build goes here and then goes here. This dude's build is more slim. He's like very lean, but you can tell that it works out.
DJ, Sadie.
This is OD strong. She might be a liability.
Izzy.
Very good IQ, jungle girl, as he said.
Duncan.
Smart. That is probably a liability on the low. Duncan got some strength to him. This can bullying what they call a buck. He's bullying a buck. Come on.
And Ava and
you know she's swole as hell. She lifting weights as we speak.
and Harold.
And he got IQ. They have no Dragon Ball reference. 3-star Dragon Ball reference. Hold on. but they have no cells on their team.
They disperse and
For
go
the
to their
most part.
respective
They
sleeping
have like
cabins
maybe two
before they
live
meet up
villages.
with my
Other team
goat
got like
chef.
5.
This guy is genuinely hilarious and such a good addition to the cast. After
He's
eating that
tough.
Johnny Test meatloaf, they meet up with Chris for their first challenge. Oh, hell nah. Yeah, nah, wrap it up. This Riddler level psychopath wants these contestants to jump off a
Yes, sir.
1,000-foot cliff into this shark-infested lake. And the only save zone is this small, puny little ring.
We'll be
Look,
alright.
I ain't jumping into this, bro. Just so I can put it into reference. The Eiffel Tower is right.
If I can get a rock, I would jump into it. You can survive it. Like, that implies it's deep enough for you to survive. Just give me some floaties. I mean, I can float on my own, but give me some floaties just in case, shark infested water. I don't want to move. I don't want to have to, like, position myself. But based on the fact that they all survive this, it has to be deep enough to, like, But just give me a rock to drop so I can figure out what distance I need to get to land in the middle of the circle. And then, boom, and I'm pulling the little Captain America plunge. Tuck my chin so this not just hitting the surface area of the water. Do the jump with your feet. You'll live.
On 1,000 feet tall. You
Trust.
need armament hockey just to survive the initial impact. The
I
team
do
that
have
has the
full
most
armament.
successful
My fault.
jumpers and then creates the best hot tub wins the battle, and the losers will be sending someone packing. Bridget jumps first, and she actually makes it, followed by Tyler,
Hey,
Trent, Ava, and
hey.
Duncan. Look at this aura.
This is
power,
hold on.
Bridget jumps first, and she actually
Go for him.
makes it, followed by Tyler,
Good for him. Good for him. It's bad for him if he lands like this, but seeing how she just corrected, he'll correct.
Trent,
Excellent form. Excellent form. As long as he puts his legs back straight,
Ava,
excellent
and
form. Her form was absolutely terrible. Well, no, she could correct. His form's good too. He's not wearing shoes. His feet are gonna hurt a lot.
Duncan. Look at this aura farmer, bruh. DJ's black ass just like me.
Yeah, DJ
He
tough.
took one look at this nonsense and already saw the news headlines. 260-pound black athlete tragically passed away in a game show. He took the walk of shame and backed out. Ezekiel and Howard also make the jump, but Courtney's
WZ.
light-skinned ass says she ain't jumping either. Sadie and Katie are still crying about not
Someone
being on the
push her.
same team, so Izzy swaps teams with them. We got over to Team Gopher,
Why
and Heather
is-
said
Hold on. Wait.
Sadie and Katie are still crying about not being
No, but she was on our team. So we just traded maxed out badges. Well, not really maxed out badges, but like 7 out of 10 badges with the jungle IQ, like specific knowledge for an nigga that 5 out of 10 badges. For a package of 5 out of 10 badges, 3 out of 10 badges, and a collective IQ of walnut. Terrible
on
trade.
the same team, so Izzy swaps teams with them. We got over to Team Gopher,
Holy
and
hell.
Heather says she ain't jumping because she's not trying to get her hair wet, but Lashana ain't trying to hear all that, so they begin
Throw her
cussing
ass
each
in.
other out, and I'm pretty sure Heather said something racist when Lashana picks her up and tosses her ass like a
Hey.
WWE finisher.
Okay, see?
Heather said something racist when Lashana picks her up and tosses
Good form, strong. Why is she so aggressive? Why do you even draw her face like this? Oh, we need the money? This is for the team. Kobe her ass in there. This form? Yeah. This is like Lion King. This is her son. And she about to throw it, like, look at this face. Pure aggression and pent up rage.
her ass like a WWE
This is
finisher.
terrible. Terrible PR.
Pull up in front of my house. Matter of fact, you ain't even gotta pull up in front of my house. Pull up in front of the motherfucking precinct. And
Let's bang out.
Right down the block. You know where it's at. You study my whole neighborhood. Or pull up in front of the Kmart and let's bang out and let's do it on camera. I throw my life away. You throw your life away right now. Right now. Let's do it for the camera. Right now. And if you win, I'll make sure I have
$700.
$70,000 in my pocket. If you buy me, I'll take the money.
$7,000 in my pocket.
Right now. I hate you, nigga. Let's die. Right now.
The remaining members of Team
Facts.
Gopher all jump
Hey.
except for Beth, meaning that they are the winners of the
I think that's tough, though. I think that's tough that Shauna jumped too. Like, she wasn't a chicken. That would have been pussy if she threw someone else in and wasn't confident enough to jump. I think Beth is a bum here. It's like, your team just sacrificed for you, A good win, but I wouldn't feel worthy. I'm coasting off my team.
this challenge, and they got themselves carts to make the carrying of the supplies easier, whilst the losing team needs to carry the crates by hand. The other team's chemistry is off the charts. I'm talking straight green links. Doombia, Javino, and Ibarra type chemistry.
Okay.
They built an amazing bathtub with the power of friendship, while the other team,
White work.
Killer Bass wins the challenge, and Team Gopher needs to figure out who they want to
Killer Bass is my goats, no? He said it wrong. Gophers won the challenge. Killer Bass lost. Killer Bass has like the least liability. So they added Oh Girl. I guarantee you if they kept her and placed this here, they would have had it. Because this knows hot tubs. You know what I'm saying? This is a rich ad. She got bread. Or it's not that she got, she seen bougie. Bougie, IQ, muscle, IQ, and then someone with like the IQ that had probably seen one or built one before because she's like outdoorsy. This team would have had it, bro. They terrible trades, bro. The
the power
GM
of
is
friendship.
throwing.
While the other team, Killer Bass wins the challenge, and Team Gopher needs to figure out who they want to send off the island. So Duncan suggests that they vote off one of the people who didn't jump, and says that when it comes to usefulness, he'd rather have the reincarnation of Oliver Biscuit on his team over the Girl Scout. It's not looking good for either of them, but then this smooth brain idiot Ezekiel proceeds to say that he's confused how they lost since the other team has more women. GG's.
That's not funny at all, bro. Why do you say some shit like that, man? What's the point of you? We kick you off the island.
Ezekiel proceeds to say that he's confused how they lost since the other team has more women. GG's. That Andrew Tate comment just made himself public enemy #1. This was like 10 plus years ago. Imagine he said this in the Big 26. They might have castrated him. It's time for the official vote, and everyone received a marshmallow except for Courtney and Ezekiel. Chris is edge maxing, but eventually gives it to Courtney, meaning that Ezekiel has officially
Ezekiel jumped, by the way,
That's
too.
rough, buddy. I'm sure this won't do insane damage to your mental or physical state in the future seasons. Anyways, they move on to the next challenge where Chris says that they need to do a mental or physical state in the future seasons. Anyways, they move.
It's not a crazy outfit. I'm sure this supposed to be a question mark. That's bad outfits. It's literally just a bra, and then I'm assuming those are underwear. This is crazy fit. Why is she always mad? I'm trying to tell you.
Next challenge where Chris says that they need to do a
sassy is okay. That's not too bad of a stereotype. I take those. I'm taking those. Just like I say, black people love chicken. Or if it's fried chicken, that's racist. If it's just chicken, cool. I'll take that. Chicken is like one of the leanest proteins ever. And that only fits into the stereotype that like we just physically athletic and gifted in. So it's like, call me tough. I'll take it. You glaze me like some honey ham. Why don't you? You know what I'm saying? But angry, violent, I'm not taking those. We're not taking. It's not even just because they're bad. It's like it's not accurate. Sassy, cool. Defensive, cool. Aggressive. I don't see it, big bro.
The wake up with no breakfast, and I understand why Avia is ready to squabble. That's basically a half marathon at the crack of dawn. I'd be no breakfast, and I understand why.
But like, not only she's like the most fit here, so she really shouldn't be complaining. And she got AirPods and vibe out twin. I'd have been listening to music to myself. Everybody would have started moving. I'm like, yo, what was that, Chris? Oh, you said we doing a little marathon? All right, whatever. You said just don't come last. You see how many bigger people are here? Some are more athletic, like Lashana. Some of them are not athletic at all. Their legs are built inverted. So me as her, bro. You said we can go down? All right, but I'm picking a song. And I'm just. What he said? Fine, said she on that tight time. Outside my slump. I'm chilling.
Is ready to squabble. That's basically a half marathon at the crack of dawn. I'd be mad too. After half the cast lungs almost collapse, the Gophers believe they've won the challenge since their entire team ended up arriving first. But that's when this man Chris says that wasn't even the challenge before presenting everyone with a whole buffet of good eats. After eating some chump bucket food for the past week, they obviously inhaled it. He decided to bless him when he announces the actual challenge, the Awaker-thon. The team with the last camper still awake wins the challenge. This is
now they just ate, they're gonna crash. Because what happens after you eat is like insulin goes into your body, and I think insulin's the term I'm looking for. And basically, it's kind of like the perfect time to go to sleep because your body's trying to digest the food. So it's shutting down energy from other places to put it into digesting food, and then take into account you laying down or anything that will relax you naturally. It doubles the effects of like losing energy. So your body just goes into like a not like hibernation, like your joint completely shuts off, but it cuts off all non-essential functions basically to like digest your food. And there's naturally like the crash after you eat, because when you eat, your energy comes from the food you eat, and only after like a certain amount of hours after you eat does your body switch to like backup stores of energy. So because they all just took that down, and a turkey was there, a turkey of all things. These are cooked, bro. That's good schemes. That's good schemes.
Basically, a beta squad try not to sleep, but this means that this sicko made them run a 20k and gave them a bunch of food to make it harder for them to stay awake. We're now 12 hours in, and everyone is still going, relatively strong. Beth is the first one to fall asleep, and that's when Trent starts spitting game at Gwen. And 9-year-old me was beyond jealous of this guy, bro. I felt robbed. I felt robbed of my golf baddie. Like Dr. Umar is gonna have to look the other way. Bro, anytime I saw Gwen, I was just like,
my whole
life has changed since you came in. I knew back then you were the special one.
You gotta take care of his daughter, bro.
So deep in love. They end up interviewing
Her
Heather,
to the
and she
Sora
wants to
AI
find
link.
2 people to form an alliance with. Long story short, she thinks she's Aya Koji and can metagame her way into the final, so she decides to pick Dumb and Dumber, Beth and Lindsay as her new lackeys. 24 hours go by and the score is 9-7 for the Gophers when this man Tyler begins straight up hallucinating, and I feel
Low key, just go into the order. You have, and I'm not taking floaties. I'm gonna use my method. I have to float to stay awake. Awesome, bro. If you got to waterboard yourself in GTA, you know, keep yourself up, bro.
I truly do. After I came back from my holiday in Japan, I have no joke been suffering from borderline insomnia, and whenever I stay awake for over 24 hours, I start seeing some weird shit, man. Chris decides to up the difficulty and begins reading them some fairy tale manga to help them fall asleep. Yo,
Watch your mouth.
I should try this too. We are now 40 hours in and it's 4-4. Trent and Gwen are keeping each other awake by flirting with each other. When this man Owen sleepwalks past the screen, butt booty naked, into the forest, never to be seen again. I'm sure he'll be alright.
Jiggle a bang, fuck a time, wibble a doogie. Suck a bang, suck a gang, fuck a doogie. Zibba the bang, zibba the dang, jiggle a doogie.
Why is it so tan, bro?
We reach hour 51 when they see that Justin apparently hasn't moved for over 50 hours.
He sleep.
But upon closer inspection, this fraud painted his eyelids to make himself seem like he was awake this whole time.
Keep them closed. Even if they wake you up, just be like this. What are you talking about? What? So I'm not blinking? What you talking about?
I gotta respect the hustle. Don't hate the player, hate the game. We reach hour 80 and it's just Ava, Duncan, Heather, Gwen, and Trent left standing. So Chris begins reading them the entire lore of Canada. Like, I don't know why this made me laugh. It's such a stupid joke. Ava, Heather, and Trent crunk out, so it's just Gwen versus Duncan. Duncan says he's gonna take a quick piss when bro passes out on the community toilet, making Gwen the official winner.
Why are you sitting down on a toilet? You had to pee, bro. Stand your ass up.
Whilst everyone is trying to get more sleep, Ava
in the water,
the entire
bro.
campsite upside down because she lost the MP3 player, but we saw that Heather stole it early in the episode and now ends up returning it, claiming she found it somewhere, making everyone hate Ava. Hey, that's 200 IQ. I'm not even gonna cap. So when the time came for the killer bass to vote someone out, they obviously decided to boot Ava. Hey, I said it both.
It's good IQ, but you just wasted. Well, no, because she was the ops, so she took out a talented prospect from the ops. That's actually good IQ. I'm about to say, if she was on her team, like, why would you? I get wanting to protect your ass, but you can frame anyone else. Like, don't frame a useful member, knowing that this whole thing is based off challenge.
Before, I'd be goated on these types of game shows. The strategy is you gotta be liked enough by everyone, but also not become too popular that everyone sees you as a threat. Like, you really gotta be blending in with the crowd and put your
like
cards
the
close to your chest until like the final rounds. Basically like Kuroko from Kuroko's Basketball. Let me know your strategy in the comments on how you would win Total Drama. But yeah, I feel like this is a solid revival video for this channel. I'm gonna post a bunch of random content.
Hey man, shout out Senshi. You know, I'm not calling you Senshi Jr., bro. That's the name of the channel. Shout out my dog Senshi. As always, appreciate y'all for watching. Make sure you stay happy, healthy, hydrated. You know what time to catch me next. Play my theme music. What's good, YouTube? We got a video from a new man to the channel. Kavion. I was thinking Kayvon at first, but it's Kavion. I'm just calling him Cav, you know. Quick, something smooth. A little 2-minute video for y'all while I cook up the long video. We're gonna see if this content is tough, if we can support it, and we're gonna lock in. Look, he made some comp videos before, you know what I'm saying? So I was gonna pre-fire a little light. And yeah, without further ado, main man slide onto your timeline. Without further ado, slide right in.
Let me paint the picture for you. I'm chilling, doom scrolling as per usual, and I find an edit
Per
of a dude
use.
claiming he's the OG aura farmer.
Yeah, I seen a video about this. The anime is like, I'm thinking about Kuroko, so I was about to say Sakamoto, something Sakamoto plays, but it's like, it's literally like, it's about his life.
I mean, come on, I'm trying to make that my bag, right? So I peeped, and while I'm not going to make an aura offer, bro, I am going to talk about how his aura farming was
It's
genuine
ridiculous.
rage bait.
I've seen
Start
some
of the
crazy
first
shit on
scene
TikTok.
In the anime is 3 dudes talking about how this
I'm being
man
spoiled
infuriates them.
for
Because
y'all.
1, he's so dang nonchalant, and 2,
Fair.
all the hoes want him. They stop and let out a huge sigh because a man being under your skin because
It'll
he's
be
pretty,
volleyball.
it's
actually
just crazy, bro.
ridiculous.
But immediately after that,
Grown man meat sucking another grown man. Mind you, his cut is ridiculous. Atrocious cuts. I cannot take this serious. Briefcase like a worker, not even over the shoulder on some Ichigos. I can't take this serious.
the narrator comes on talking about some in class 1-2, there was a student who no matter what was stylish when he was doing schoolwork.
Stylish.
At lunch,
Yeah, he's an aura farmer. Okay, the hair looks more tough, like unbound like this.
he was stylish.
Okay.
And even when the teacher made him stand in the hall,
See, that's tough. The over the shoulder. He goes, "Oh, you needed something from me?"
he was stylish, and everything he did was cool, cooler, and coolest. Yo, this man cannot be that cool.
Gojo level
Guys from
Blaze.
before set up a trap to embarrass
Reagan
this man
level
by putting an
Blaze.
eraser in the top of the door.
This
So
is-
he opened
I seen stuff like this. Like they try and prank him, and he like start going crazy with like he's actually physically strong as hell to do some of this aura farm and stuff he do. Also, Dante from DMC shit.
it, the dust will get all on him. Well, when he walks in and it falls,
That's his name on his shoes. Like this is a nerd ass nigga, but he's tough.
he just catches it. Stylishly, if I dare say. And then this
No
man's
dust comes
theme
off.
song starts playing as the host dead start
Here
farting.
comes Reese.
He just caught
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, that's dope.
Looky_Lou_Jinx_Rudays_UWU
So,
just followed.
underscores. What's good, Looky Lou? I've heard that term before. Looky Lou. Lucky Lou. Lucky Lou? No, that's Looky Lou. I'm correct. What's good, Looky Lou? What's good, Unk? Unk is crazy. What's good with you, man? Oh, I finished eating. I can finally. Hold on. I just got a notification. Hold on, chat. This potentially could be good news. It's good news. Thank God. I submitted an assignment, and one of my teachers, like, he don't grade for real. He do like complete or incomplete. I'm doing good. That's good, man. You know what I'm saying? But he does complete or incomplete, and he gave me incomplete, which essentially is just like you didn't do it, but I did do it. He just didn't like it, basically. And I was like, dang, am I about to like lose? Like, cause we gotta get like 20 completions or something throughout the year to get an A. 19 completions is like an A minus. I think anything over 17 is a B. Something along those lines. Oh, I haven't been wearing my glasses, bro. That's crazy. Something along those lines, right? So I got like an incomplete, and he was like, "Oh, resubmit it." Basically, he told us one thing, and I wrote it down. We were doing the lab, and basically, when I submitted the assignment, he was like, "Oh, that's actually not what happens." And I'm in my head like, "You said that. I'm using this based off what you told me." But I took his feedback and resubmitted it before stream. That was another reason the stream was later. I might turn this to a 12-hour, but we're definitely still gonna get our 8 hours in. The only question is, am I going to do the 8 hours and then like be done for the day? Or am I going to do the 8 hours today and then do like a full 12-hour, add another hour of reactions later, and then like just not stream later on Sunday? Because this stream will go double as usual time. We'll see.
an eraser, dog. And look at these three. They pissed. They just tried to embarrass bro.
He
But
did,
instead,
he
they
did.
upped his
You know what I'm
standing in the
saying?
school even more. Next, they follow him to the bathroom, and when he goes in, they sneak him with a bucket of water. Well,
See, but like stuff like this becomes to be whole shit. He's wearing slides too. Yeah, that's a little. No, you don't even. Hold on. I don't think y'all peeped.
when he walks in and it falls, he just catches
Hold on.
it.
He's wearing shoes right here. Up to you. Yeah, I know. It depends on how tired I am. Like, we're gonna get off since we started late. I'm getting off at like 8 in the morning. I don't know what time it is for you, but it'll be 8 in the morning for me when I get off. So if I'm tired, then I'll just throw in the towel. And then the stream I do tomorrow will be around the normal time. To be like 5 o'clock. But if I'm good at 8, like the sun will be out and like my body is cool, I'm gonna just push it all the way to like 2, which will make this 14-hour. And that it's technically 2 7-hour streams. And I'll just take these react segments with the gaming segments we do today and then clip all that up and do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do what I gotta do, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Stylishly, if I dare say. And then
But
this man's theme
point,
song, history.
he's wearing
Next, they
shoes.
follow him to the bathroom, and when he goes
Okay, he was wearing slides when he went into the bathroom. I think it's probably a Japan thing. I think it's probably a Japan thing. 'Cause I was about to say, like, no way he instant transmission out of shoes into slides.
in, they sneak him with a bucket of water.
Hold on.
Ending in the school even
I
more.
almost let it
Next, they
slide.
follow him to the bathroom, and when he goes in, they
So,
sneak
man,
him with
what the f do we have going on? Y'all got tough ass uniforms. This is Jotaro level uniforms. This shit kind of tough. This shit kind of clean. White with purple's my color. I don't see where the red beanie's coming from. You could have went purple. You could have went black. You could have went white. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna check the feet, but this fit is unexcusable, man. The black on camo, cool. You should have just went solid green. But what is this nigga doing with his eyebrows? This nigga got line segments in his shit. Hello?
A bucket of water.
Shit
Well.
corny.
The weatherman was right. Chance of rain. Where did he get that umbrella?
That's kind of tough. I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of tough. I'm not an umbrella guy. It's 7:45 for me. Dang, that's crazy. Time zones is like one of the craziest. I mean, it's easy to understand. It's just crazy to conceptualize because it's different time zones. What you consider nighttime for somebody else, they just woke up. So like, it's crazy. But I'm not an umbrella guy. I'm a walk through the rain type of guy. You know what I'm saying? So him even having an umbrella is low key tough.
They don't even know, man. Look at him.
And they didn't see him bring it in the bathroom.
They gonna get this man by any means possible.
This some hater
Sakamoto
shit
gets
though,
the
to be
class,
honest. This is what I've seen.
Yeah, them boys is
Keep this.
damaging school property just to spite this man. I look, you think the teacher is in on it with the Three Stooges because he points out to the class that Sakamoto's desk is gone. Immediately, the hoes try letting him sit in their seats. Sakamoto, you can sit next to me if you want to. No,
That's
sit next to me.
Peep this though.
Ladies, chill. No need to trip.
That shit is actually tough. I'm not gonna lie, because the teacher had the chance to sell his motion and be like, "Man, get the fuck out that window." But because they hold him, it's minor setback for major comeback. He now has this opportunity, and you know it's uncomfortable as hell to sit because the window ledge is like probably like this big. His butt is bigger than that. Pause. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's definitely cooking his tailbone, but to hold the form, book in hand, teacher might not even be talking about whatever he reading, bro. You got it.
I'll be alright right here.
Yeah, the other classmates don't have books. This book is completely unrelated to class. This shit is low-key tough. For real, the rain ain't hurt nobody.
Hey, go silent for a sec. Did he try too hard? Hell no. Oh, the hosts are fawning again. And Tweedledee and Tweedledee.
I don't see why they hating to such a degree, bro. What I'm saying, I don't see why they hating to such a degree. Like, to be setting up plots to catch a nigga lacking it's egregious.
Are still
At
being
worst.
baited. They meet up outside the school and smoke some cancer sticks. This is important. They're
Ridiculous.
also still talking about how Sakamoto is getting annoying. So they come up with a plan to do something about it for real. While Sakamoto is cleaning the desk, a random comes up and tells him the teacher wants to meet with him. When he gets there and opens the door, someone snatches him in the room. The Three Stooges bring him down to the ground and tie him up. They tell him they're gonna beat him, pour acid on his face.
Acid on my face is crazy. Yeah, you must be one ugly ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would have poured acid on my face?
Then strip him naked to his socks and send.
Mind you, tying up my arms is not gonna stop me from whooping your ass. What? Second that I'm gonna let you think you can pour the acid. Second you open the can, I'm headbutting the can. That acid is going all over you. Once it's all over you, I'm just throwing. I'm throwing combination. What LeBron said? You know, it was game 7. I was just trying right bump, fade off the right bump. I'm not even a right bump type of guy. You know, I'm just trying shit.
To all the hoes. At what point do y'all realize that y'all are committing felonies? Of course, Sakamoto still ain't affected and just calls bro a scumbag. He takes some pictures of Sakamoto and they start smelling something burning. Yeah, these dumbasses left the cigarette lit and it lit the whole pack on fire. And back when they drug Sakamoto into the room, I don't know what this is.
Now they're stuck in here,
so they can't even get out this hole. They get the bright idea to use the liquids in the room to
no,
put it out.
it could be
says
flammable.
If it's the wrong one, it'll just get worse. One, why is he just sitting there like that?
This nigga undid the restraints. That low key is that's horrible. I'm not gonna lie.
Two, how did he get out of the restraints?
Yeah.
Tell me. He tells them to sit their little rabbit asses down as he aura farms the fire. You are a regular dude, bro. Stop playing before you get burnt. Then this nigga starts sidestepping the fire, and when they say there's no way he can do it, they peep that there isn't an ounce of doubt in this man's eyes. So
this
they join
can't be
in,
real.
and all the noise for them stomping is heard in the class below. The teacher heads up to check it out, finding these hooligans dancing around the fire, and then just puts it out. Damn.
That shit, that shit kind of tough. That shit kind of tough. It's like a summoning ritual, nigga.
Check it out, finding these hooligans dancing around the fire, and just puts it out. This must mean Sakamoto's aura takes a hit, right? Thanks, teacher.
No.
We had a personal matter to attend to.
That was his
fire
plan.
Breaking out. So we made as much noise as possible and hoped someone would come help. So what was this personal matter? I was teaching my classmates to use the Bunsen burner. I take full responsibility. Oh yeah? Well, helping a classmate is good, but I'm still need that report. Come with me. Dear me heavens. Guess I better get to it. It shall be done in calligraphy. Yo, bro.
Yo, you gotta smack the fuck out of this nigga. Calligraphy? Alright, bro.
Did this man just aura farm getting in trouble? Are we dead ass?
Bro,
Not only did he convince these niggas to do some nut ass shit like sidestepping a fire whip, but he aura farmed getting in trouble. It ain't fair. These three end up outside joking about how Sakamoto had stolen one of their hearts. Know what they got going on. Then start dying. But come to the realization that Sakamoto was actually just a pretty cool dude. I don't know where bro's headed, but it's pouring down bad, and he low-key starts playing a little.
This is where you might need an umbrella.
And a sign comes out.
Personally, I still don't need an umbrella in this situation. I'm just going under a bridge. This is why it's good to like not have a bunch of work swarm you. You gotta have enough motion in a situation like this to either find, worst case scenario, hitchhike, but like find an area that's a little covered, and then you just chill, wait out the storm, chat, do whatever you gotta do. He got no book bag, so I assume you don't got no classwork or anything of that nature. So like, you just chill, vibe out.
Out of nowhere, smoking the bird. And of course, this tryhard gonna chase it down, barely avoiding falling into the river, jumps across the debris.
What is this scenario?
Umbrella flying into the air, grabbing the bird, immediately clearing the sky as he falls towards the ground. The birdie wakes up and flies off as he just watches. Thank God nobody was there to see that, man. The heavens literally opened up the sky to help this man. The
this is actually
blonde
ridiculous.
dude named Sarah is telling the hoes about his fashion, but clearly they really do not fuck with bro. And then a chick comes in asking if everyone had seen today's newspaper. Is that?
He cleared up the
sky. Is that Sakamoto? Are the hoes fawning again?
No. I think that is tough. Y'all seen the video of the dude on the news, and he's like trying to fight against the wind from like a storm, and his friend lets go of him. He starts flying for a little bit before he gets hit by like a door. The idea of someone flying is tough. I'd have to ask him about it. Like, yo, how did it feel, bro? I'm not gonna lie. Like, no glaze. How did it feel, bro? How did the wind feel? Was you afraid you was gonna like come off course? Like, you know what I'm saying? That is tough. I'm not gonna lie. He got it.
Sarah gets tight. He trying hard as hell for his validation. And Sakamoto just chilling.
What are we watching?
Sakamoto stands up to answer the question. Of course, you're getting it right. Then Sarah pulls his chair. Oh, it's over for this.
This is what I saw that was tough. And this is what I said required a lot of strength.
Nigga, not. Did this nigga just sit without a seat?
Because this is physically impossible unless he has really strong leg muscle. Because the only other thing is like the desk would have to be bolted down. But as we saw how it's through his desk and chair out the window, the other episode, it's not bolted down. So it's like he has to be putting all his weight either on the desk. And if he's doing that, it'll flip, he'll fall. So because that's not happening, that implies that he's like counterbalancing to such a degree, and like this is holding up all his body weight. Because he has a leg on. It's not even just both leg, one leg. Yeah, that's actually tough.
Is there anything you're not capable of doing, Sakamoto? At PE, he tries to smoke Sakamoto with dodgeballs, but everything this nigga does is
leg. I'm saying, bro.
Start fawning again.
I'm saying. Hold on, this nigga fit tough. This nigga fit tough. He kind of swole too.
And the hoes start fawning again.
Sakamoto's slimmer. This dude has wider features, but I think that's more unique than anything. Bold eyebrows. He kind of tough. Kind of cool too. Swole a little bit.
Yo, that's that tough. Thing's broken. Damn it.
Huh? And then Sakamoto. He's gonna get Sakamoto to use it.
Shower
Sakamoto.
time.
Watch this. that might be tough. That might be tough. It's getting to a point where the writers are overly glazing this good, but that might be tough. Because I know y'all have had water at some point. It's a hot day. It's stupid. You should drink the water, but sometimes it's so hot, you'll drink some of it, and then you pour the rest on, and you like cool yourself off. This is low-key oral, I'm not gonna lie. Just a little.
Excuse me for going first. Oh my God, they're
Excuse me for going first is a little ridiculous.
While everybody's in class, a bee ends up flying in the window, and Sarah gets the bright idea to just kill it, taking the aura for himself. All the girls run out, and the freaky-ass teacher tells everyone to take their clothes off. As bees
I'm kind of swole though.
Bees are attracted to dark clothing. All the niggas listen and start stripping to their side.
Bro, this is actually ridiculous. I told you it was swole. That's the yellow hair nigga, right?
He's brave. He's gonna kill the bee. Oh.
Bro, this nigga's a cornball, bro. Why does he have black and yellow underwear on? No, bro. And it's not one side black, one side yellow pattern with black, and then a yellow pattern. This nigga's wearing bumblebee striped underwear, bro. Why would you with the striped red and white shirt? This nigga wearing stripes on the boxers, stripes on the undershirt. This Bro, you can't make this shit up, bro. Why are you prostrating yourself, bro? Like, and these are the niggas hating? And these are the niggas hating.
No, we're not. That nigga strips too. Y'all gotta chill. This is just a B, bro. He notices that Sakamoto hasn't reacted at all. He's just sitting there reading and doing his work.
Because why would you react? You're scared of
This
B.
is his chance. He won't let it get away.
Hold on. You know what that reminded me of?
Reading and doing his work. So he gets inspired. This is his chance.
This reminded me of the fit pics that niggas be posting on IG. And you just see like a person with like their leg just in a picture shaking and it's just the whole fit on the ground. Holy shit, bruh.
Won't let it get away. He will set his heart ablaze. The bee lands on Sakamoto's head and Sarah starts walking up.
Nah.
He brings the paper down and Sakamoto dodges.
Nigga.
Sarah falls on his ass. The bee starts flying at him and
oh, he has a little gut. Yeah, this is bad. It's bad. He looked a little swole. He had a wide chest. I thought he, you know what I'm saying, he benched, but he got a little gut to him too, and he moving like this, bro. He got a good jawline too. Like he had it, and then he lost it. Baby calves, no definition in the hamstrings. He had it and he lost it.
Just before it gets there, this nigga Sakamoto stabs it midair. Wait, no. He caught it without killing it? He tells her,
nigga, it's not even that. He didn't catch it. The bee caught onto the thing.
To be quiet with his little friend. We in the middle of class. Then when the bee flies off and comes back for seconds on Sarah, he parries the stinger. Is this nigga sword fighting a bee? He whacks the stinger and catches it with the compass.
That's tough.
Can we resume class, please? All right, class, settle down.
I
know it may be hard after what just happened, but who has the answer to question B? I got it. Now's my chance. Hey guys, if you don't get question B right,
he got man titties too, bro. And it's like, it's okay to not be physically in your journey where you want to be, but it's another thing to not be there and be clowning and shitting on another guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's trying to make himself look cool. This is the worst type of person. He's a dirty Mac type of nigga. He thinks making his competition look as bad as possible makes him look good. And only in rare circumstances is that true. Like in a battle, in a war, if you know what I'm saying, damage the supplies of the enemy and like you starve them out, that's horror. That's high tactical IQ. You made it so they couldn't retreat and then you got your dub. But in a situation like this, it's like if you're on a 2-man with one of your guys and they like, hey bro, don't you got an STD? You don't have an STD at all, by the way. They're just talking shit to fuck you up. You drop a tough line like, oh, I'm a jack of all trades, and there you go. Oh, that's code for him being broke as hell. They don't fuck with you more because they fuck with me less. You're not doing anything for yourself. Nigga, you're a bum. This nigga's a bum. It's like, it gets to a point, bro. The gut was one thing. Then I see this. Then I see the black and yellow underwear, bro. Then I see stripping yourself naked. No one else did that. You're the only in this room butt naked right now besides your underwear. And you're not even wearing cool underwear. You might as well be wearing tidy whities. What the fuck?
And your grade's really gonna stink.
I said cooking. He's cooked. Hold on.
One day, the teacher who closed gonna sting.
I'm not gonna let that slide. They just be giving us whatever hairline they want to give, boy. What young boy got on his head, boy? Both of these ain't slick. They all got the same hair. That's really what it is. They all have the same hairline here. These two are the same character, right? You got Pete. He just has hair hiding the cooked hairline. This it doesn't. Same character. This don't hide the hairline. His hairline's more straight. His hairline is not straight. It's more rounded. Unfortunate life to live.
One day, the teacher who closes the gate is waiting, trying to close the gate as quick as he possibly can so that there's no way Sakamoto makes it in today. You see Sakamoto.
Why is he hating on? You're a teacher. He's gonna flip over the gate, nigga.
Running towards the gate with the pole. He realizes that Sakamoto plans to pole vault over, so he tries to run over and stop him. But Sakamoto just plants the bamboo in the ground and walks through the gate that he didn't close, saying he just felt like the front was looking a bit boring, so he added some decor. Look at this dumbass, read like a book.
And with the meanest hezzy, he said, he hit him with a stutter step. Yeah.
He's in the teacher's round telling another teacher about how every single day Sakamoto makes it in, down to the wire, no matter what he does.
No, down to the wire is that's too much of an aura farmer. Because that means he's like a nerd type to where like his entire day is planned out. So he plans what time to get to school exactly at the same time every day. That's what that means. So it means he's that nerdy to like have his entire day in certain hour increments, but he doesn't care enough. That's where the nonchalance comes in. So like just move his schedule up a little bit so he'd get there on time every time. He the type where it's like, hey, as long as I get there, I get there.
It started to annoy him so bad that now he just wants Sakamoto to get in trouble. Hating ass. But since the teacher says that the students have been causing trouble, he gets ecstatic, hoping that Sakamoto is up to no good. When he gets there, he sees Sakamoto duck off behind a corner, assuming that he's going to smoke. He darts to catch his ass, but this nigga is aura farming, blowing.
No, this is actually tough though, because he's helping them get rid of their bad habit of smoking.
Bubbles. How the hell is he? How is he doing that?
Okay. This nigga's not rude.
May not have caught him this time, but next time, Sakamoto's cooked. While everyone's cleaning, he has the. How is he doing that? He may not have caught him this time, but next time, Sakamoto's cooked. While everyone.
That is a skirt. The leg positioning is very similar. But this woman, I can only presume, they gave them the neck thickness and definition. Peep how no other girl has this little joint on their neck. The neck thickness and definition they give men, almost the same height as this grown man. Mind you, this is a high school, middle, however old he is, probably high school. This is a high school woman. Girl, technically, with the build of a grown man. Broad shoulders too, like.
Cleaning, he has these boys stop playing with the brooms. Let's be honest, we've all done this before. But he looks over and sees Sakamoto doing the same until he takes a closer look. Because this nigga Sakamoto is actually dusting the ceiling with style. What doesn't this man do?
Okay, that's not style. That's a little sexy. I ain't gonna lie.
Sakamoto
he was hitting it.
Dusting the ceiling with.
Until I saw this. You're not hitting that shit. I'm not gonna lie. You had me in the first half, gang.
Style. What doesn't this man do? With style,
because you take that. Could I take that down? I've seen girls with that. I'm not taking that down. I have a girlfriend. We lock in like these, and I don't have a girlfriend in which I settle for. My girl is bad. And if we're talking a general standard, I've seen good women. I've seen really attractive women. My girlfriend being in that category, and I've seen chops. That build of woman that we saw before is not chops. But like the build takes away from some of the status points, to say the very least. It's just not my body, you know.
Shit with style. Next up, he's got Sakamoto's class to teach. He sees some students fiddling around in the hallway.
Why he's so oiled up?
Next up, he's got.
He complaining about Sakamoto being late every day. He's sweating like shit.
Sakamoto's class to teach. He sees some students fiddling around in the hallway and tells him to get back inside. And the whole time he's teaching, all he can think about is getting Sakamoto caught up.
He's sweating too.
He catches him eating in class and somehow connects this to him being a pervert. I don't know.
Eating in class somehow makes me a pervert, bro. I might blow your smooth off. That's a crazy leap. I'm not gonna hold you. I might have to load that. I ain't gonna lie. I might have to let that fly. It's a minor debuff. Minor debuff for such a major build. I'll say that.
Has something to do with the fact that he's
not in a good way.
But after catching him, he gets sent to the hall. The teacher is overcome with fulfillment as he's finally put a damper on.
You just bust. What is this, Food Wars?
On Sakamoto's glaze. The whole class even like, damn, no way this man got sent to the hall. I should probably on Sakamoto's glaze. The whole class even like, damn, no way this man got sent to.
So this is just a recurring character. It's literally a masculine face. Like they drew that like that on purpose. The lips at the very least seem somewhat feminine. Still a masculine look to it. Nose bridge, very masculine. The eyes are kind of feminine. I'll say that at the very least. Hairline is fucked.
The hall. I should probably check that he's taking this seriously.
Or farming.
Huh? Wait a minute. Did he get in trouble so that he could feed a bird that's already 1 foot in death's door? This man starts.
Nah. You have to see something. I'd have to see something. I'd have to see a sign that whatever God I believe in came back to earth to be making a face like this as a grown man with a receding hairline on a low ass salary. Ain't shit to be this happy about. What? Full on, it's like not even like a little snot, like you ate something spike. Full on snot. This is pre-snot rocket, bruh. Gritting his teeth hard. Niggas biting his lip. Like, you either have to be a pure agony or you might have had to win the fucking NBA championship. You might have had to win the Olympic gold medal, bro. What is this reaction? Those builds are the nicest characters. Alright, bro.
Rhyme. Seeing that Sakamoto is such a
Whatever
kind
you say,
man to let
pal.
the teacher paint him as a
Different
bird
strokes for
just
different
to help
folks.
the bird. He decides the next day to just let Sakamoto in, but the nigga style slides under his damn leg.
Anyway.
This man Sakamoto needs to be stopped, bro. Like, what can this nigga not
Or
do?
merchant.
He genuinely gets all the hoes, don't gotta try in school, and gets newspaper articles about him saving birds, my nigga. If y'all want more of Sakamoto,
He got tough abilities. I give it to him. That was a comp video from we'll call him Cav. I can't do Cavion. It's like I think I'm gonna forget it and say it wrong once. I'm gonna just do Cav. Comp video from Cav. I'm gonna sub. Gotta turn on a noti bell, you know what I'm saying? Shout out my dog Cav. And yeah, as always, stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. You know it's time to catch me next. I didn't say peace. It's cool. They're gonna see the theme music. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. We got a couple more of these. What was this, number 2? This is number 3. It was Total Drama. First one was the one about capes. So this will be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I think we'll just go through the Zevi videos, and that'll give me at least 2.5 days worth of reacts, and then we'll get into the gameplay.
Was Joseph Joestar really that smart?
YouTube, we got a video from Nuncha. You know what I'm saying? He got a what's that? Case closed. What's his name? Detective Conan, right? I think that's his name. But it's case closed. Like, that's the anime. He had that type of PFP. We talking about one of the goats of anime. We talking about JoJo. You know what I'm saying? And we got, was Joseph really that smart? As always, I'm pre-fire a little like. We're gonna see if this video worth dropping a sub. If you watching, consider dropping a sub. Turn that noti bell. We're on the road. I'm gonna say it all right. We're on the road to 1,000. We're at 100 right now. So first we need the road to 500. You know what I'm saying? But I got some crazy things planned. Very loco things planned. Without further ado, though, the main man slide until time if I do some content. Without further ado, slide right in.
Was Joseph Joestar really that smart? A fair drama aside,
I can never fully get into JoJo's.
JoJo in the main series.
I'm not gonna lie, I had the same problem when I first started JoJo's. I haven't fully seen part 1. I started part 1, couldn't really finish part 1, and then I kind of skipped to part 2, and I've watched it in bits and pieces, and then I've seen bits and pieces of part 3. I think I watched part 3 fully, but I only remember bits and pieces. And then part 4 was the first JoJo part where I watched it in full. And then same thing for part 5. And I think Stone Ocean is part 6. I haven't finished Stone Ocean. And then Steel Ball Run's the one that is dropping right now. So it's like it's not like One Piece. It's like the stories are sequential, so there's a good payoff for watching them in order. But I recommend, if like you can't get into part 1, do part 2. And then if you can't do part 2, do part 3. And then honestly from part 3 onwards, it's about like the same story. Part 3 is the longer story and talks about like the big bad. Like the way JoJo's works, part 1 and part 2 are like setups in a way for part 3. And part 3 is a conclusion, and then part 4 is a separate story. In a way, some part 3 aspects are in part 4, but part 4 isn't like the same sequential timeline almost. This is new main character. And then part 5 is Giorno, so kind of a separate story as well, but he's connected to the main villain of part 3. It's a whole thing. It's recommended you watch in order, but the only ones you need to watch in sequential order if you truly care about the story is part 1, part 2, part 3. Past that, you can just watch the rest in sequential order and they're separate stories. So if you're watching part 4 and you mess with it, it's just not too much your cup of tea, you can watch part 5 or part 6. Because JoJo has like the same, like, it's like a certain type of pizzazz. All of them have the same type of pizzazz, but they have different themes in them. The first one has less supernatural aspects, so it's a lot more mystery and IQ moments. Part 2 and part 3 have powers in them, but it's heavy on IQ. Heavy on IQ. And then you essentially see that same trend, but like part 5 has gangsters in there. They're in like Italy. Like that's the good thing about JoJo. Comes with variety.
To answer this properly, we need to break down what makes Joseph's intelligence so special compared to the likes of Jotaro or even Jono. And more importantly,
his intelligence is different. I'm I'm gonna let him cook before I give my synopsis.
The mystery behind his iconic line. But before that, if you enjoy this type of content, the goal is 20k, so if you enjoy, sub up. When talking about what makes Joseph's intelligence or outsmarting so...
Okay, I think intelligence, you can put into like 3 categories. You have like general knowledge, application of knowledge, and then battle IQ. Those are like to dumb it down overly. Those are the 3. I think Giorno and Jotaro have crazy battle IQ. And like Giorno, I think it's a lot of general knowledge. Because to use his power, it requires a decent amount of general knowledge. Well, like take someone like you can say application knowledge there too. Take someone like my GOAT from Part 4, Josuke. He has good battle IQ, mid-tier general knowledge, but heavenly application of knowledge. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I would say Joseph has the best feats in terms of like he's predicted what people have said before, and he's the most human of the main characters. Like he doesn't really have powers, and he survived like pretty bad stuff.
It is his iconic "your next line is" quotes. It's the foundation of his entire fighting style. Now, fans have theorized a couple of explanations for this. Some believe it stems from Joseph reading manga left to right. Others point to it being an early
He's American, he reads left to right. Huh. That would be a good like Deadpool fourth wall break type of thing. Because you're supposed to read it right to left. I read it right. Everybody reads it right to left. I'm American. I read it right to left. But the idea is instead of seeing the scenes from beginning to climax to, resolution, he sees them from resolution to beginning.
A manifestation of Hermit Purple, which later grants him the ability to perceive and reveal hidden truths.
I think
theories have gained traction in the community, but neither is ever actually confirmed in the series. So, how does it actually work? This stems from the combination of observation and emotional intelligence, since there's a psychological game behind it. Joseph reads his opponent's mindset, predicts their next move, and hits them with a preemptive taunt. By calling out their line...
And once he calls out your line, it shakes up your IQ, and then now... it's like you're kind of in the palm of his hand. It's like if you ever played rock, paper, scissors with someone, if you're whooping them already, say you're whooping them like 3-0, say 5-0, and you go, man, you always throw scissors. You now know that they're most likely not going to throw scissors. And if you think they're very simple-minded, they're going to throw rock. You could call that simple or complex-minded, because the thought process will be, okay, let me just throw the opposite of scissors since he thinks I'm going to throw scissors. Or if they're like more foresight-oriented, he thinks I'm going to throw scissors, so I'm going to throw paper because he's going to throw rock. And then based off that, they're in the palm of your hands. And now you essentially almost know every time what they're going to play. You can't like perfectly do it because like humans aren't computers. Things don't go how you think they'll go. However, in situations like these where like the enemy has a set, like rock, paper, scissors, your goal is not to get somewhere. Your goal is to win, which means to pick the counter pick or the same pick as your opponent. But with something like this, if I'm trying to protect the guild and you're trying to destroy my guild, you have one objective: destroy my guild. It is very easy now to figure out what means you're going to use to destroy the guild because I know who you are. Oh, your experience with like chemistry, you might gas attack the guild. Your experience with the media, you're going to try to spin a story on us. So in this case, once he has them rattled, he knows they're going to default to what they're best at. They're either going to do that or do the exact opposite of what they would normally do, because they truly, and that's only if they're truly spooked and they believe you can really predict the future. So this is tough. I like these.
Before they even say it, he shatters their rhythm and forces the fight onto his terms. It's even shown as early as episode 1, when a man working with the mafia confronts him. Joseph takes him on and goes, if you're looking for your brass knuckles, they're not in your coat pocket. Check your back pocket. Then comes, your next line is,
that's aura, bruh.
How did you know that, you bastard? And sure enough, the guy blurts out exactly that. And I think people...
And it's cooked because it just told you what you're going to say and you obeyed him.
Even underestimate how impressive this is. His reasoning for this was, from the abrascent on his right hand, he knew he fought using brass knuckles, plus the blood on his shirt wasn't his, meaning he just came from a fight. And since the blood is on his shirt, he took off his coat to fight. So when he removed his brass knuckles,
he couldn't put them in his coat pocket, he put them in his back pocket.
In that incredibly short moment, Joseph instantly
figured out everything
the man's
about
personality and intentions, gaining the upper hand through nothing but wit and timing. Of course, this kind of mind game only works with absolute composure and judgment. However, Joseph pulls this off so often that proves it's not luck. Another example of of this will come when he's up against superior organisms or non-human entities. When they're introduced to Santana, we understand how their intelligence is so superior that they can learn their language in mere minutes. But Joseph pulled off the same "your next line is" at the end of the fight while falling, showing that his psychological
throughout that entire fight, he was cataloging all of that data.
Understanding extends to superior organisms, although it is debatable whether their psychology is that different from humans, similar to how it is debatable if Shinigami from Death Note have that different of a psychology compared to a human. But moving on, these skills extend to his ability to foresee events. Joseph, when meeting Caesar for the first time, was quite easily overwhelmed by his advanced techniques of Hamon. However, he read Caesar's movements a few steps in advance, predicting that he would kiss the girl again to break her free from his Hamon, allowing the pigeon to attack him from inside her mouth. And again, he even predicted what lines he would say word for word, right before taking action. So it just goes on to show how this "your next line is" skill of Joseph's functions on a foundation of high emotional understanding and precise observation. Now we can move on to his battle IQ, again rooted in his ability to read an opponent's moves. The first time we really see how Joseph's fighting style is at the cafe, when Stracio confronts him out.
Like, get this ugly ass nigga. Like, you're on the corner and like, watch out, watch out, little bro.
He notices that Stracio's breath doesn't fog in the cold air, and he catches a glimpse of a fang-like tooth.
Vampire, not warm-blooded, or you can completely control your body temperature. One of the two things. The temperature of a human's mouth is running, if I'm not mistaken, it's between like I think 35 and 38 degrees Celsius, and that is why chocolate works how it works. Chocolate has a particular melting point. I think it is. I think it's between. No, I think chocolate's melting point is between 35 and 30, 33 and 38. Our mouth's temperature is like 35, and room temperature is like 30 degrees Celsius. So that's why chocolate doesn't really melt at room temperature. It can if light and stuff's on it, but it melts. Like, there's a chemical reason behind it. It's the I think it's called theobromine that they use in the chocolate. So in this case, you don't have the same physiology as me, because it would be impossible unless your blood is a different temperature, or quite literally you can perfectly control your body temperature that in weather that is not just like you can see your breath in theory if it's like humid enough. I've seen my breath in conditions that are just like 50 degrees Fahrenheit for those who aren't like Celsius users. So it's like, imagine it's so cold, I'm wearing a hat, we wearing jackets, you got a fucking scarf on. You're wearing that scarf for the fashion. Because how is your breath not visible?
Signs he's not even pretending not to be a vampire. That brief analysis gives Joseph the opening to close the distance and hijack Stracio's attention, concealing his Thompson submachine gun behind his back before launching it with a surprise attack. But to be honest, I do not know how Joseph even managed to hide it where he got a submachine gun from us.
No bull.
Since in the anime, when the camera is panning from above, we clearly
you don't see it.
He isn't holding anything.
Unless hiding his jacket.
There is a secret Joestar technique. But we see the same kind of prep again in his first fight with Ramu, where Joseph has dynamite hidden behind his back already set up. So the more grounded explanation for why we don't always see him grabbing these items is simple: sleight of hand. He's constantly palming, stashing, and repositioning tools off camera, and his encounter with Esidesi or even Cars later gives even more evidence that this is a deliberate skill and not a one of convenience. The fight with Stracio is only the first example of how skilled Joseph is at turning his surroundings into an advantage, because his core fighting style is built upon schemes. He even quotes a line from Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Victory is decided before the battle is fought. Facts.
Victory is decided before the battle is fought, then adds that the key is layering strategies while your opponent still has no idea what's happening. Joseph also
one of the things he says in Art of War, this is like relatively early in the book, but he says, when you're prepared, have your enemy think you're unprepared, and when you're unprepared, have your enemy think you're prepared. Now, this seems very simple, but in essence, all it's saying is like, your enemy should not know your state of affairs. So in this case, he's literally talking about like, you think we haven't even decided we're going to fight yet, but I've already taken into account that we've already been fighting since before the fight started. Before first blow or word was exchanged, I've already been preparing. Because if you wanted to sneak attack me, you would think I'm unprepared. So because that's what you would think, I have to be prepared right now. Because then when you think you have the advantage, that's the best point to flip it on your head, because you're going to get cocky because you think you won right here. That's why we see in like anime movies everywhere, when the main villain's going to win, they tell their plan to the hero because they think they're going to win. It's human emotion, and it's a lot of adrenaline. You've been planning something for like 50 million years, This one is in your way. You catch him. You think he's about to die. You gonna tell him everything. You want to see that anguish on his face. The adrenaline's pumping. You like, I'm the man right now. Man, you know what? I hit bombs 5 different locations in the city, and now they know. You know. So in this situation, you think I'm unprepared. I have to be prepared. In the case, he is prepared, like he is. The enemy has to think he's unprepared, because if they do, he has not only just a regular upper hand from being prepared, he has twice the upper hand. Because not only is he prepared, you don't think he's prepared. Which gives him double. It's like a 2-type advantage in Pokemon. Or not 2-type. 4 types advantage in Pokemon. 4 times advantage. 4 times effect. Super effective. You know what I'm saying? And then, obviously, when you're actually unprepared, they need to think you're prepared, because that is like a bluff. That is a taunt. They won't push up on you because they think it's kind of like mutually assured destruction. No country has their hand on the nuclear launch button. But because we could, every single country thinks we're prepared. So whether we're prepared or not, they're not going to move. Because, in theory, we have our hand on the trigger already.
Also admits he might not be academically smart, but he's always been good at history, and he uses that confidence to jab at Eshideshi, saying that even if Eshideshi has lived for ages, he still doesn't have the mind to come up with strategies the way Joseph does. However, this is where Joseph is forced to adjust on the fly. Eshideshi suddenly starts crying and throwing a tantrum, which is an emotional swing Joseph doesn't see coming. We now see Eshideshi turning Joseph's fighting style against him and countering his mindset.
Because now that he's done that, now Joseph's cadence is off. Because something you didn't expect has happened. So now it's like, ooh, what do I do?
Lightly mocking him by showing he's already familiar with Sun Tzu. He even quotes, "All war is deception. To fight is to delude. Anger your enemies to lure them into mistakes." Making it clear he understands exactly what Joseph is trying to do in this battle. Yeah. That throws Joseph off because he can't get a clean read on him. And as mentioned before, Joseph's entire approach hinges on reading opponents' emotions to predict their next move.
But once you tell them that, you lose the surprise. So now, even if you are prepared and they think you're unprepared, you lose the 4 times advantage. You lose super effective and the strategy is just effective. Okay, you predicted my move. Good for you. I'm not caught by surprise because I knew what you were doing. Versus, you predicted my move. I didn't expect you to predict my move. You predicted my move, giving you the advantage, and there's my utter shock, giving you an advantage.
In this case, Ishideshi's feelings are beyond his grasp, and that uncertainty pushes Joseph into fighting more recklessly. Ishideshi literally copies Joseph's fighting style to the core, as he even uses the "your next line is" skill against Joseph. But how does he counter this situation? How can Joseph outsmart someone who is using the same strategies against him? Well, it's to make plans that go deeper than your opponent's plans. Joseph even hits him with, "You lost today because you were asleep for 2,000 years. Trying to bring back the fight into his rhythm and sway Ishideshi's emotional control, and make a bigger point about progress. Joseph explains that humans have advanced massively over those 2,000 years, to the point that by the 18th and 19th century, sleight of hand.
I think that's why humans are like peak right now. Literally just that right there. The ability to advance and become better over time.
Magic have become mainstream entertainment. And that matters here because Joseph weaponizes that cultural knowledge. He uses sleight of hand to ensure his strings stay effective even if they're cut. Once he pulls that off, he slips right back into his rhythm, reading Ishideshi, calling the next line and sealing the win. This shows how, whether it be a machine gun or dynamite, Joseph's sleight of hand is what allows him to secure the win in most cases, while leveraging his outsmarting. Moving on. Even though I've been hammering the same point about Joseph's fighting style, his battle with Wamu is still worth spotlighting because it's widely praised as one of Part 2's best, the iconic chariot horse race duel. They race lap after lap, about 960 meters each, and at the end of every lap, new weapons are suspended from the pillars for them to grab mid-fight. And the rules couldn't be simpler. It's a deathmatch. The first one to fall/be defeated loses. This is a deadly duel as both fighters ride in chariots and go all in with their lives on the line, wielding heavy steel balls and hidden weapons. On top of that, the weapons are supplied in different locations each time, meaning they can't rely on a fixed plan, and they're forced to read the situation and make split-second decisions in the moment. However, Joseph literally got knocked off his horse in one lap in. But even here, Joseph survives by leaning into what he does best, quick thinking and inspired improvisation, which is the only reason Joseph even survived without the vampire horses. And at one point, he pulls off a wild gambit, slamming his steel ball into the ground on purpose to shatter it and kick up the breeze, blinding his opponent. Wamu, meanwhile, fights like the warrior he is, a proud, disciplined champion who values chivalry and never loses his cool. That stoic presence gives the whole duel a real sense of weight. As the fight unfolds, their relationship becomes more than simple hostility, as they begin to recognize each other as fellow warriors. In the end, Wamu accepts his defeat and meets meets his death with dignity in a way that even Joseph can't help but respect. Both are geniuses in their own right, but it was Joseph's plan that ran deeper in this battle. I've now bombarded you all with what makes Joseph so smart, but what makes this battle special isn't who wins or loses, it's the trust that forms in the middle of the combat, the pride both men carry, and the sheer gravity of the life on the line. An unusually moving moment that stands out across part 2, and one that stays with the reader long after it's over. And leaving the best for last, there is Joseph's battle with Kaz. Upon taking Lisa hostage, Joseph had to take a gamble to save his own life for Lisa's. His strategies here were again a culmination of all his skills previously shown. Kaz, thinking he killed 2 birds with 1 stone and knocking Joseph and Lisa off, was surprised when he found out that the rope was also attached to his leg. This was all a part of Joseph's design. When he first kicked, he let himself be cut along with the rope. While he lit the match, he secretly tied his leg to Lisa's rope and made a loop. He needed a distraction, so he set his scarf on fire, and then to tie the ropes together, he let Lisa be cut down on purpose. A great showing of adaptability and deception from his schemes, which ultimately led to Kaz falling instead. However, this is where the true battle of Kaz begins. From using the stone mask, which had the redstone in place, he evolves into Ultimate Kaz, a perfect life form that combines the abilities of all other life forms. To explain just how impressive Ultimate Kaz's skillset is, his body can replicate the biological traits of anything. Just how impressive.
Can sense heat and pressure. Cool. 400 IQ. Ridiculous, but cool. Can reconstruct on a cellular level. Cool. Hear everything. Cool. Astronomical telescope. That means, like, if the Earth didn't have the curvature it did, if the Earth was flat like some people believe, this had the ability to see everything on the surface of Earth because he's able to, like, adjust it. That's actually ridiculous, bro. Can heal any wound. Sleep. Unnecessary. Jump power. 60 feet. That's like 10 times my height. That's like 10 of me. And just jumping force. 12,800 PSIs. That's like the bite force of an animal.
Ultimate Kaz's skillset is. His body can replicate the biological traits of any life form on Earth and outperforms them. His intelligence surpasses that of the greatest human mind, processing information and adapting in real time. He can reshape and restructure his own body at the cellular level. He produces Hamon naturally and hundreds of times stronger than Joseph. The very energy that was humanity's only weapon against the Pillarmen now turned against them at a magnitude no human could ever hope to match. He is immune to sunlight, the one weakness that defined his entire species for hundreds of thousands of years, now completely erased. He does not tire, he does not age, he cannot starve, and he cannot be poisoned. He is, by every biological and physical metric, unkillable. Joseph went against this and won. But how? He ran. Well, not quite. His power is so overwhelming that not even Hamon, let alone physical attacks, can leave a scratch on him, making it impossible to defeat through conventional means. Yet even in the face of such hopeless odds, Joseph refuses to give up. The reasoning of his strategy was simple. If Kaz draws his power from this planet, then this planet can be turned against him. Joseph's answer was to use magma, the hottest, most primal force the Earth has to offer, erupting from a volcano with enough energy to threaten even the ultimate life form. That said, this space would never have come together. I think space might have been first. The man threw himself into the battle without hesitation. It was the German planes that Joseph used, Stroheim's arm that allowed Joseph to ram Kaz into the volcano, and Stroheim that absorbed the landing that would have damaged Joseph significantly otherwise. He made pieces fall into place when it mattered most. Joseph gets the credit, but Stroheim deserves the MVP trophy, no question. Although, let's ignore the fact that it was due to Stroheim that Kaz gained his ultimate form. However, we also can't ignore the role of luck here. Joseph's severed arm somehow catches Kaz mid-explosion and helps drag him into the void of space. And yes, that is absurdly lucky. But the reason that moment can even happen is because Joseph all of the things he put together. When he
it's like what they talk about in Blue Lock. Luck is like luck. Like that's the term that we've decided to dub luck. But luck, more importantly, is like positioning yourself in the right places at every turn to get the outcome that you're looking for. Like, if you want world peace and the world blows up, it's not luck. That's very unlucky. But if you want world destruction and coincidentally the world blows up, then that's luck. So it's like depending on what you're looking for, luck is different. And when it comes to certain things like say football, aka soccer, you know, if you want that goal, if you position yourself properly, something can look lucky, like, oh, his foot just happened to be in the air and it ricocheted off his foot and went in. It's luck, but if I didn't position myself there, my foot would never had a chance to hit the ball. You know what I'm saying? Luck is really like manipulation of variables that we just can't comprehend. So something Nothing's impossible. Things are just improbable. So for you to get it to happen, luck worked its magic. But more fine-tuned than that, you have to get there for the luck to take into effect.
It's about to strike in with Hamon. Joseph uses the red stone, which triggers a chain reaction that creates enough power to launch cars upward. So the point is that his decisions keep putting him in positions where luck can actually pay off. And that's exactly what separates Joseph from other dojos. Jotaro is undeniably intelligent. He learns quickly from each battle, builds experience fast.
A lot of it isn't luck though. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
On top of that, he has the academic discipline to study and retain information where it matters. And Powerful even gives us a glimpse of his detective skills in how he helps track Kira. Jono, despite his age, is even more knowledge heavy than Joseph. He understands his stare at a deep level and uses that knowledge to set up outcomes. He also has a strong read on his surroundings and on people, which is a very underrated
That's how I became the mafioso.
But Joseph's advantage is different and arguably the most unique in the bloodline. He is the best reader of people and best at making his plans and strategies.
He's the best at manipulating variables, bro.
Before you do it. He reads intentions through emotion, and that's what makes
even like sleight of hand. The idea of like magic, it's like being the. It's like if you see now you see me now you don't. They talk about like to use magic, you gotta be the smartest guy in the room. You have to know a trick that other people don't know. And even if they do know of the trick, you have to be able to execute it in such a way that they can't see it. It's like the sleight of hand. I know you're going to be hiding the thing you need to win behind your back, but how do I figure out when you grab it? How do I stop you from grabbing? You get what I'm saying? It's like, that's where the improv comes in. Like,
his famous "your next line is" moments work. He pulls a response out of you, then turns that response into a trap. And once he gets inside your head, that's when the sleight of hand and deception kicks in to finish the job. It's a very great showing of theory of mind. That's why his strategies hold up so well in chaotic situations. He keeps baiting, switching, improvising, and stacking small advantages until the fight starts moving on his.
Bro's one of those. No outro, but come on. Come on. Come on. I do want to see this video. Shout out, y'all, for watching. Shout out, Nuncha. It's not an N. Shout out Nusha for the video, you know what I'm saying? And as always, make sure you stay happy, healthy, hydrated. I'll catch you in the next. Peace. So we will turn on that bell, you know what I'm saying? Is that number 4?
Less than 12 hours
like
ago, they
7 more, bro. We're nowhere. We're nowhere in the grand scheme of things. Like it's low-key a little bad, I ain't gonna lie, but most of the videos past the Bleach video, 8-minute videos. So it should be relatively like andale type videos. What's good, YouTube? We got a video for my dog Pokédex Fillers. We got I Evolved, the new starter Pokemon. After seeing these starters, if you're a Pokemon fan, you've seen the starters. They're like mid, like they're not the best, but like it's Pokemon. You know, they can evolve, they can grow. So like that's the first thing I thought about. Like I wonder what their evolutions are gonna look like because they have like a lot to like kind of make up for. There's a lot. They left a lot to be imagined. And of course, my dog dropped a video 13 hours ago today. And he made some evos. You know what I'm saying? As always, gonna prefer a little light. As always, the main mess last. Sign up to a timeline for some content. Without further ado, slide right in. Talk to me.
Less than 12 hours ago, they revealed a brand new starter Pokemon for Generation 10 Winds and Waves.
I didn't know the names.
12 hours ago, they revealed a brand new starter Pokemon for Generation.
Brout. I don't like that. I get the eyebrow. I don't necessarily get the name. I know there's something I'm missing. It's probably going to be a type of bird. Obviously, because he's a bird. I get where the brow comes from. I don't get where the T comes from.
Generation 10.
Pombon type of dog. Makes sense. He kind of looks like a pom-pom. There's Pomeranians. Makes sense.
Wins and what?
Gekua. Aqua Gecko. You either go Gekua or Gekua. Like Gekua or Gekua. You know what I'm saying? Or Gekua. Yeah. It's only 2 pronunciations.
Hey, but not only have we already made designs for what I think their evolution
Oh, he got the final evos too. That's really what I'm here to see anyway.
Should look like.
I'm not gonna lie, they're looking kind of bland from what those silhouettes look like. I hope he adds more details.
Also gave them Mega Evolution.
Bro's the GOAT.
signature abilities and corrupted form. And don't worry, we kept Pombon on 4 legs. Let's get into it. So Pombon is easily going to be the fan favorite, so I wanted to make sure we made something worthy of its upcoming popularity. And while I think it could easily evolve into the first ever Fire Fairy type Pokemon,
that
which
would be
cool.
Awesome.
I actually chose to go in a much different direction. Because as we can see with its evolution, Tonedog, it's now a Fire Ice type. Pombon is based on the Pomeranian, a breed of dog known for their cute appearance, but they're actually descended from sledding dogs that weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. And this is reflected in the Pokemon's build as it's
a good direction he went in. Also like it because fire types are it's kind of like a normal type Pokemon, but it has advantages now. Like fire is normally weak to water, ice is not weak to water. Ice is normally weak to fire, but he's a fire type, so it balances out. It's a good Pokemon.
Chonky frame helps it survive in snowy environment, while also being strong enough to pull its trainer through the tundra. And its final stage, Palmalanche, is now a mighty canine steed.
Palmalanche, I'm not gonna lie, I like. See, it's the details. The silhouette is not everything. It's the details. I wish the fire was a little more roaring, but I can't complain.
Trainers can actually ride on the back of. That's right, Palmalanche actually love bounding around snowy mountain peaks, trainer in tow, using its fire to melt away any intruding ice, and its ice powers to fill in any dangerous crevasses. But when exposed to Palmite, it'll evolve
Yes. I like how ice heavy it is. I need more fire, man. I need more aggression. I can't complain about the ice though. But like ice to me is like an evolved version of water. So if I'm gonna have fire, I think the method is either do what he's doing and play on the contrast, and just have it be a lot more fire. Like make this fire, make like this fire, make the beard fire, you know, or you play with the blue fire route where like it's blue fire. It's mainly a blue color scheme with like, and this is more of a brownish color because it is like a snow dog. You know, it wants to absorb as much heat as possible because it's in the cold a lot. And then you could even play with the idea of having like blue fire and ice, since it would be like a unique fire and ice Pokemon.
Mega Palmalanche, now clad with medieval.
You know, you could pull the big chill route from Ben 10. Ice so cold it burns. So like what traditionally looks like the fire is actually cold, and then what traditionally looks like the ice, it's so cold it burns. That's like the actual heat effect of the Pokemon.
Durable ice armor inspired by Queen Victoria's love for the Pomeranian.
Like
this Pokemon is known to jump in between other Pokemon and incoming attacks, saving them from the blow before carrying them off to safety. And this is reflected in its Mega Evolution's new signature ability called Snow Escape, which states that once per battle, if the snow weather effect is active and a Pokemon on your team is about to take lethal damage, Palmalanche will instantly switch in and take the attack instead, proving itself to be the goodest dog there ever was. But it's this Pokemon's absolute care for others that caught the attention of the distant evil cosmic legendary, who corrupted Palmalanche, infusing it with the cosmic type and ultra.
There we go. Went into the ice, gave it more fangs. And this like a purple fire, Amaterasu like fire.
Bring its mind to hate others. As a new razor sharp ice covers its body, causing anyone who gets near to get instantly impaled. I think people are sleeping on Brouts. I think it's super cute, and I love the grumpy demeanor it has, especially the built-in stern eyebrows. First evolution, Lieutenant, we kept those.
I don't think he did anything bad. This is what the evolution should look like. It's just not a Decidui. Or Decidui, however you want to say it.
Eyebrows, but made them much larger. And in addition to this larger frame, Lieutenant has also gained a large boost to its loyalty, as it's known to go to comically long links for its trainer, serving their every command in and out of battle. With even the simple quest of fetching some berries, causing Lieutenant to bring back an entire forest's worth. And this is of course a reference to the Pokemon's name, which comes from Lieutenant. However, its final stage, Crustarol, is now a combination of a general and a cassowary, and is known as
Cassowaries are dangerous birds. I like that. I like the direction we went. I like that there's literally leaves everywhere in the design.
It's an incredible strategic.
I think he made lemonade out of the lemon that is this Pokemon.
Commander, whose intelligence in battle is said to be so great, sometimes trainers just sit back and let them command the party themselves. So if you pick this Pokemon, don't be surprised if you go to sleep and wake up to a new gym bag. Oh, and don't let this Pokemon's big brain fool you, because it's more than capable of fighting for itself, as I'm sure you could tell by its partial ground typing and its giant earthy talons. And when exposed to Crestite, it'll evolve into Mega Crustarol.
It's just too simple, you know? I like how this went from a leaf to like a tree. It's getting bigger. Claw went up, kind of like a Velociraptor. I'm not mad at it. It's like all of the evolutions fit. They're like the next step, but it's not as game changing as Pombon.
Now sporting a much more imposing plumage, this Pokemon is able to communicate with its allies over huge distances, as you just can't miss its large leafy feather. And its ability to command others from far away is reflected in its signature ability, Canopy Core. An ability which gives a small offensive boost to all your Pokemon who are on the field.
That's
Mega
very
Crustarol
tough.
is not on the field, as by staying back and commanding from within the party, Crustarol is able to help organize your offense. And while this ability is a little awkward because you have to Mega Evolve Crustarol, then switch it out to get the effect, it's still a very interesting addition that any offensive team will have to consider. But this Pokemon's ability to influence others also caught the attention of the distant evil cosmic legendary who corrupted Crustarol, infusing it
Peacock style. I like, because this is what it would look like if it was like a poison Pokemon. And because it's not the Mega, it doesn't have that claws. It feels a Velociraptor. I like.
With a cosmic type and turning its commanding prowess into mind control ability. As this one Pokemon army now brings with it a wave of mind-controlled brats that are ready to take over the world. Gekwa is a super solid starter with a design that could go a lot of different ways. One detail I liked in particular is the sort of mascara look that it has to its eye. So for the first evolution, Gektalk, we went with a more feminine poison type, whose multitude of bright colors is not only fashionable and unique, but it's also a reference to the Tokay Gecko, a gecko native to the Philippines, which is perfect as Wind and Waves is set in a region based in Southeast Asia. At its final stage, Tokashi takes another weird quirk from the Tokay Gecko. As just like the reptile, this Pokemon can produce a series of loud screeches that can be heard for miles away. And while the Tokay does this to attract mates, Tokashi uses its screams as an unexpected weapon, as they're so loud that Pokemon and trainers close by can be afflicted with permanent hearing damage from hearing a single scream. And when exposed to Tokai, it'll evolve into Mega Tokashi.
Nothing really changed, you know. Guild hands, I like. Better at swimming. It's just standing, you know. Hair longer, eyelashes longer. It reminds me of the salamander Pokemon from the Alola region.
Now a true femme fatale,
not bad at
this
all.
Pokemon
Don't
is
get it
known to use its glowing patterns and hypnotizing eyes to lure prey into
I'm looking
walking
forward
up
to the
close
corrupted
by
and
out
the
of
Mega.
curiosity or attraction, before suddenly screeching to such a disorientingly loud degree that they will never see its poisonous claws coming, making for an insanely deadly 1-2 punch. And this combination of disorientation and toxic injection is reflected in its signature move, Toxic Screech, a sound-based move that deals 60 poison-type damage.
That's low-key tough. Can make them flinch, does damage, and they're poisoned if they flinch.
50% chance to flinch, and if the target does flinch, then they will be inflicted with a toxic poison.
I like
for a very hit or miss attack that will either completely cripple the foe or be super mid. But it's this Pokemon's terrifying screams that caught the attention of the distant evil cosmic legendary, who corrupted Tokashi, infusing it with a
very unique design. Talk to me nice. Went Banshee. Looks like the spirit lady from Avatar with the white and red mask Katara was wearing. Long hair. The hair has the cosmic effect in it. I overly like it.
And forcing it to
Unique
constantly
color.
scream in a never-ending wave of sound, dooming it to live in utter isolation as any living thing
that can even be considered like an ear, like Foxy, or like a Kitsune almost. There's just so many interpretations you can take from this design.
Its near will be subjected to an instant terrible pain. YouTube thinks that you like this video of some other fan.
Nah, that was tough. Shout out Pokédex fillers. Comm. A little video from our dog. As always, I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure you stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. And as always, time to catch me next. Peace. Hold on, I was texting a friend. I was trying to send a happy birthday message. It's no funny when you going to you. Only 12 hours ago? It should expire by now. Today's day 6. What song did I use yesterday? Hold on. Harmonicos. Day 6. And then the song after Harmonicos. I love good music, guys. Harmonico. Add that to my playlist too. Hold on. We can listen to that tonight. Hold on. I done changed. Add that to the playlist tonight. That song sound kind of tough. I got sneeze. Thank you. Did that. Release notifications. 14? What have they been saying in the group chat? Bro, it's done sent like 15 view messages. I'm back. What you doing? Why broke Cam all up in my face? I think it's his... Oh, you talking about phone cam? My fault. To keep a long story short, only thing that happened is I watched like 2 videos, and then I was fixing my Instagram, and I was like trying to clear up my notifications. One of my homies sent like 15 video messages to Snapchat, and like he's going through some right now. And a bunch of my other friends are on right now. We're kind of just talking about it. Now he didn't give us enough details like yap about the scenario, but we're just talking about life in general and like how like crazy it is. I'm streaming, so this is not like I'm not a focus on some other shit while I'm streaming type of dude. But like this said homie is like going through it. So like you can see I went to the like I don't give a fuck what's going on pose. I got the phone in my face just texting. Like I'm not like normally you on the phone you like these. You know what I'm saying? You telling you, oh that's crazy. I had this shit up here, bro. I got invested. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just trying to make sure my dog okay. Fuck, bro. I'm gonna talk to my when we get to the gaming segment. I'll talk to my homies about it because I'm a join party and yap to them about it. But for now, I'm gonna try not to let it get me down. Finish these reacts out, and I'm gonna yap to them about it. We're not gonna go into too much detail. It's another nigga's life. At the very least, I'm not clipping out of it. If niggas see it live, niggas see it live. If they don't, they don't. And I'm not like airing out details about a nigga life. That's just not my cup of tea. I'm not a messy ass nigga. I feel that. It's alright. Yeah. No. What you said was funny as hell. It's a good pick me up. I'm back in the reaction mood. But like, damn, bro, you just chilling. And your homie hit the group chat. And this isn't like he's giving us like the nigga is like stuttering. Like pausing for like minutes in between sentences and shit. And somebody's in the background like essentially trying to shut the nigga up to myself. Oh, you need to go to bed, you know, it's bedtime. And he's like venting. And like you could tell he's not like he's bringing up anime references. He's there, like he's to the point where his mind is not thinking what's corny and what's like the cool thing to say. He's just talking. Like that's how deep it is. Like I did some current shit when I was a kid. One of my homies was getting bullied. I think I can't give names. I was gonna give a name because I have really good memory. I know his name. I'm not gonna give names. Let's say his name was like, let's give him a corny ass name. Let's say my homeboy's name was Rupert. He's getting bullied. And the dude bullying him, let's say his name is Ryan. Ryan basically has been clowning him and calling him like fat and doing whatever at the recess joint. But I haven't really been doing that because he don't say nothing when he's hanging around me. You feel me? So it's like I had no idea. But then Rupert comes up to me one day and it's like, yo, he bullied me, bro. And like as a man, we're kids. This happened a long time ago. But like at any age, as a boy, from any age past when you receive consciousness, you view yourself as a man. So as a man, in my mind, it's like I can't let him bully my friend. And I was watching anime. I seen Kung Fu Panda. I seen Fairy Tail. So I was like, I'm a Preston. I ain't gonna lie. This is corny. Let me clarify. I do not condone this behavior at all. It's just always funny to retell the story and think back on it. So Ryan is trying to bully him in front of me. And like I think I'm like the line leader. And Rupert's behind me. Rupert's 2 people behind me. Ryan is right behind me. And then I stop. So Ryan ends up going in front. And he's like right by the library door because we're coming back from recess. And to come back from recess, you have to go through the library to get to the main building. And like, I just remember pushing him against the fucking door. And like, Ryan was pretty tall. Like, he was either my height or taller. And he was a little bigger than me. And I like kind of lifted him against the door. And I was like, this is the corny. Lifting him against the door is not the corny part. The corny part is what I said after. I was like, oh, you gotta stop messing. I didn't say Rupert's name because Rupert is a corny ass name, so it's not gonna sound tough at all. But I was like, oh, I don't think you know what you're doing fucking with him. When you're messing with him, you're messing with me. Real shit. And you talk shit to him all day, but you ain't saying that to my face. So you make a choice. You either keep talking shit and you gotta deal with both of us, or you keep your mouth shut. And it was like this awkward ass silence. Teacher came to open the library door. We all went through. Honestly, at the end of the year, old boy became friends with me. Ryan became friends with me by the end of the year. cool. He a cool dude. He a cool dude. He was like a nerd ass nigga, but like I think it was like awkwardness, little kid shit, where like because he can't make friends, he was bullying a nigga. I don't think it's on some how like they say little boys bullied little girls or other way around because they had a crush. It was just more of like I don't know. I guess he just didn't know my dog because they became good friends by the end of the year too. Similar interests and shit. That was that was corny as fuck. W Mans. That's what I'm saying. I was trying to get him right. I was trying to get my homeboy right. The corny part to me was like the fucking speech, bro. I could have just pinned the nigga against the door and be like, yo, chill the fuck out. And I would have been way tougher. And like, oh, when you fuck with him, you're messing with me. But peep, I was watching Fairy Tale. You can't look me in my eyes and tell me there's not some shit Natsu would have said. And Natsu was my guy. I fought with Gray too. I fought with the cool head niggas. But like high head niggas was tough. You know, I was watching TMNT and shit. Raph be tough. But I wasn't even thinking about none of that. I wasn't trying to say shit to look cool. It was just like, what can I say to make him stop bullying, bro? And I wasn't an aggressive nigga. I'm actually a nerd. But like, in school, I don't know if you can relate, but I'm the type of dude where I'm in multiple friend groups. I'm in almost every friend group. I'm cool with athletic niggas. I'm cool with nerd niggas. And then amongst the nerd niggas, I'm cool with nerd people that's in anime, nerd people that's into comics. I'm in like all the different avenues in terms of front. I was cool with the nerds that was reading Maze Runner. I never read Maze Runner, but they also mess with mythology and Percy Jackson. I read Percy Jackson. You know what I'm saying? They read Harry Potter too. They should have put me on. I never really read Harry Potter. I'm a little ashamed of it to this day. But I was cool with so many different people that it was like, I knew you're not fucking with me because in your mind, you could probably see me as like popular. You're probably in your mind associating me with one of these other groups. So that's what's getting you to not cross the line. But my nigga Rupert, he was an anime dude. Like I remember we had a group project we had to do. And I remember after I got his email, we would like send slideshows of like anime memes to each other on like Google Slides. Like that was the shit back in the day. So it was like, I just knew if I told him fucking with him was crossing the line with me, he wasn't gonna say shit to bro. Cause not only that, I'm black, bro. Stereotypes can be used to your advantage at times. You're not gonna want to fuck with me. You're fucking with him because he's like white, he's smaller, you know, he's kind of fat. But me, you don't want those. Me and you are around the same height. I have more rapport than you. This nigga wore glasses. You're not fucking with me, yo. Genuinely. No disrespect to people who wear glasses. You know what I'm saying? These are blue light. If like, you know, if you're saying, wait a minute, these are blue light. That's why I wasn't wearing them in the first like 2 reacts. I don't need glass. I have 20/20 vision. I've read one book. You're either really young or you might be an ignoramus, low key. I'm a heavy book reader. I'm not a push the fact that I read books in your face type of guy. I'm a heavy book reader. I read a lot of manga, and I've read a lot of books just because like I've been in higher curriculum classes. Like I've read Great Gatsby, Streetcar Named Desire, Harlem Shuffle, hella literature, Macbeth, Hamlet. I've read hella literature, to be honest. Sure what? I mean, you just might not be a book reader. It don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. But I said you could be an ignoramus. 19. And we the same age, nigga. How you only read one book in your entire lifetime? That to me is a little crazy. But like, to be fair, to like give you credit, I read comics and shit. I consider comics books. You might be talking like academic books, you know? And then we're in different time zones, so potentially different education system. All types of, there are so many things that go into. I'm in college right now too, so that's definitely added to the amount of books I've read. You feel me? But one book sounds crazy. You ain't read books like you ain't had to do library shit, and like you ain't read Geronimo Stilton back in the day. No, one book from Harry Potter. Oh, see, that doesn't make you an ignoramus. I haven't read shit from Harry Potter. Okay, I read the message late, so I was confused. I haven't read shit from Harry Potter. I've seen movies. I played the game a little bit. I need to read more. Okay, now we can see what a disconnect is. I thought you were saying you've only read one book, period. And you're 19 years of age. You've been walking this earth for how long? $6,935 days, and you only picked up one book. That you can see where I thought that was a little crazy. I read manga and manhwa. Word, you know about Comic K? The last chatter I had here, Helios, he's in the Discord. You're on Twitch, so you can just do exclamation Discord. Helios knew about Comic K, and then Comic K got shut down, so now it's on Asumaru. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? Real book reader shit. That's if you read manga and manhwa, even casually or heavily, that's a good website. They got hella, and it's like Comic K. It's a Comic K used to be a site where you could read them, and they have apps too. But now Comic K is just a tracker. So if you know, you know. Yeah. If you know, you know. Yeah, I'm one of them. I'm one of them. For all I know, you could have found me from Asumaru. I posted all my shit up there in my account. Like, Asumaru might be the method to find cultured individuals at the very least. I be looking at my profile and it'd be like 50-some profile views. So who knows? Who knows?
Peep game.
All right, let me lock in. I got recenter, but my nigga really going through shit. My stomach's still kind of sunk, bro. This nigga life is like, fuck. All right, we're in the character. What's good, YouTube? We got video from Kirai. We got Hobbs and Shaw cannot be a real movie. Karai's the dog. You know what I'm saying? We know. Come on, we know the video's gonna be a quality. It's always gonna prefer a little light. I see we got the bell on, bro. I trust it with my life. Not literally, but in terms of good content, I trust it with my life. I've wanted to see Hobbs and Shaw because it's kind of, if I'm not mistaken, like a spinoff of, not a spinoff, but I think it's in the same verse as Fast and the Furious. If I'm not mistaken, at the very least, with Hobbs being The Rock and then Shaw being Jason, how do you say his last name? Statham or Statham? Something of that nature. And then I think Damson Idris is the wrong person. That's my GOAT. Idris Elba. They both have Idris somewhere. Idris Elba is like the villain in this movie. But I haven't seen it. I've been trying to convince myself to watch it. This might be the final push. As always, it's your main man Sly. Slide to the top line to provide you some content. Without further ado, just slide right in.
Peep game. The movie starts with MI6 doing a raid to secure a virus that can liquefy your organs from the inside out. They got Vanessa Kirby throwing 3 grown men around like paperweights. Till Idris Elba pulls up dressed like 2007 Raphael. With the all-black fit, bro must think he's...
I hate that the audio be doing that. I hope that's just now. I hope that's not how it's been the whole time. So I'm gonna have to like bass boost the fuck out of the audio.
Wearing the symbiote. Whole spiritual pressure in the room changed when he walked in. One of the officers is screaming at gang to stop resisting, but he politely declined and uses his cyberware to...
Nah, if a nigga got a Sharingan implant, bro, you got it. Respectfully.
See shit like his attack probability and finger pressure. And I don't need a scanner to tell you that. There's a sparkle in his eye like he smelled a dark skin enter the building. But they don't get the chance because they all get boomed in less than 5 seconds because Idris is basically the Winter Soldier in this movie. Starts folding steel doors with his fist to obtain a virus that he ultimately fails to get. This is because, for whatever reason, Vanessa Kirby injects herself with the virus. You know, the one that liquefies organs?
I had never knew who Vanessa Kirby was to the Fantastic Four movie. And now it's like I can't unsee her. She's in a lot of things, actually.
And it's all kept in a capsule so it won't poison her. But I still don't understand the reason of injecting it in the first place. But those aren't the main characters of the movie. They are. As we get a look into the average day in their life, and they try to make it incredibly clear that they are exact opposites. To the point it comes off as like a Facebook post. Wanna be Naruto and Sasuke?
I like the color gradients of like how one of them woke up. Sun on
okay, so bad. Maybe they should just take the curse mark off of Dwayne and put it on Jason. One drives a pickup, the other drives a sports car. One is Samoan, the other's a redcoat. But one thing they have in common is that they're both federal agents that complete the daily tasks of their jobs in damn near the same exact way. Jason pulls up to the function with a bottle of champagne, tries to talk his way out of it, but they start swinging before he can get a word in. But he single-handedly squad wipes a room full of goons. Whole time doing unnecessary techniques to protect his bottle, doing tricks on it like this shit holds the elixir of life. And right after he's done folding the guards, he compliments the bottle's durability before breaking that shit himself. Oh nah, they titled this shit wrong. This is Aura farming the movie. And Dwayne is no better, knocking niggas into the next room with single uppercuts. Who does he think he is, Doomfist? Another thing that they have in common is they love to torture niggas for information. You can see in the way Jason Statham moves his lower forehead that he's kind of aroused by the scene.
Kill that boy! Kill that boy!
And after some harassment from each of their agents, the bald niggas finally unite. You don't know how and after some harassment from each of their
that is Ryan Reynolds for sure.
Agents, the bald niggas finally unite. You don't know how happy I am. This is like Captain America and Iron
Man. I remember, and he sees the girl at some point. He's like, oh shoot. He's like, oh shoot, is that No, he was like, you better stay away from her. That's my sister. I remember that. I've seen clips of this movie. It'd be all over TikTok and whatnot.
Man, team the fuck up. And of course, they already hate each other. Who would have guessed? I don't know who directed this scene, but they get way too close for an argument. You can cut the sexual tension in this.
I hate that. If you've seen Girls Meet World back in the day, there's this scene that I've been seeing on like TikTok and YouTube pop up again. And it's of like the dude that's supposed to be like the tough male lead character. And then it puts another grown man's hands against a locker by like grabbing his wrist. And like having this dialogue about this close to each other's face, bro. You cannot tell me that's not a little zestitious, bro. You lose aura from that. Why do you need, there's only two routes. Your voice has to be this soft, like you're Michael Jackson, or very quiet. If you need to be like that close to my face, or you just back up and command the aura, like make a nigga feel the pressure that you could really whoop his ass. There's no reason to be up in somebody's face for you to intimidate them. If you don't have that much of an intimidator bash, do that shit from a distance, you don't got it, bro. It's not meant for you.
Room with a knife.
What are you gonna do now?
Ugh.
Throw a bit of furniture?
For your information, I was gonna take this chair and turn it sideways and shove it right down your throat.
So after the argument, they go their separate ways to hunt her down. Turns out Vanessa Kirby, who injected herself with the virus in the beginning, is Jason Statham's sister. So he just heads to her apartment where he's met with even more mysterious lackeys looking for the virus. And he simply slimes both of them with a lever action. This shit was just mounted into her desk. I know she's MI6.
I keep saying John Wick, but the OG of this, bro. Well, I can't remember his name right now. It's not John Wick. It's the OG of these spy movies, bro. It's right there. Very common, bro. He's the GOAT. I don't know why I can't get his name, bro. It's not John Wick. It's not Tom Cruise. That's Mission Impossible. It's right there. Johnny. No, not Johnny, bro. Oh, chat. Ah, it's right there, bro. I'm thinking of Agent 007, bro, but I can't get bro's name. It's not John Wick. Some popular people that play Superman or wanted to play Superman tried to get this role. Bro, it's not Jack Black. Why is that name in my head, bro? I can't. It's gonna bother me. Spy movie GOATs. He's gonna pop up. He's in the Mount Rushmore for sure. The Men Who Stare at Ghosts. Get this out my face, bro. Get this out my face, bro. Mount Rushmore of action movies. And then Die Hard's in a bit. Bruce Willis, Sylvester Stallone, Tom Cruise, not who I'm looking for. Spy movie legends. James Bond. There it is. That's why my mind kept going to John. It's James. He's like the oldest to do it. I had never seen this one, which was 1959, but I've heard of this so many times. Like James Bond blows this one out the water, and it's still going on to the present. So it's one of the earliest to do it, and it's been going on like the longest. Yeah, and it inspired like this whole like era of like these kind of badass spy characters that like hold this certain aura to them. Agent 007. Okay, I wasn't tripping. I just can't remember his name. I got old head ball knowledge, but like because it's not my ball knowledge, it's like I went and did research. It's not as it doesn't stick as well.
But who the fuck are your ops to have a home armory? While Jason is making short work of the henchman, The Rock has already gotten his hands on the girl. They gassed him up to be the greatest tracker or some shit, and he really lived up to the damn hype. Caught her lacking in disguise. Must have sniffed her out of the crowd like bloodhound. Proceeds to play fight with her for about 5 minutes, when she tries to choke Gang out with a leg lock, as if those thick ass neck muscles would allow that to happen. But she not catching a hint, so he picks her up like a damn child. Like she.
There's a name for that. There's a name for that. It's like a country joint, a Swedish lift, Swedish stand, something like that, where you pick up, you're on the ground, you pick up the weight with one arm like this, and you stand up. Hold on, chat. What is that? You gotta feel it though.
Oplets 828 just followed.
Yo, what's good, Oplets?
Is genuinely weightless. I forgot to mention, a nigga threw a grenade at Jason, and before
grenade.
It exploded. He put the pin back in. The entire time he was slumping these goons, I was watching.
That's pop. You had to still be holding down the thing. The thing was open. The fuse had to have been activated. I'm saying, bro, this shit cannot be real. I've seen the schematics. I've seen the innards of a grenade. What are these machinations?
Watching the movie, and I was like, what? Movie just would have been Fast and Furious presents Hobbs. Dwayne takes
the vids people send. I have suggestions in my Discord. And I react to those. But like normally it's like if you send it before stream, but people don't know ball to the degree to where like when people send it while I am reacting, I'll go and check the suggestions instead of ignoring them. So there's exceptions to the rule. But when people send videos into the Discord, I'll check them out, you know, for the most part. But, you know, I've been getting pretty good at picking what I react to. The views have been growing on the YouTube, so.
Vanessa Kirby.
Shout out to y'all. Y'all are watching this. Shout out to y'all. Appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Back to the DHS office, and it must be something about the Shaw bloodline, because he picks up right where they left off with the sexual tension. He's hitting his sister with game I didn't know existed, shooting shots I didn't know could be made. My guy is hitting green jumpers in an interrogation room.
Do you like to dance?
No, I don't.
No. I was thinking about the tango, where it takes two.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Either way, the music started, so let's see what
that's low-key tough, I'm not gonna lie.
rhythm you have.
I told you, I've no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, that hurt. You just stepped on my toes. It didn't feel good. Let's try it again.
Steps out for just a second to talk to his daughter while she is demolishing this random in the background. This glass must be soundproof as fuck. Bro is in here screaming for his life as he's getting WWE finishers hit on him. Dwayne comes back in the room to find that she took the gun.
Like, bro, just imagine, bro. The horror! Help! Help! And then, like, from the other side of the glass, it's just listening to me. They can't hear a single thing you're saying, bro.
From the officer, yokes him up like Sonya Blade and points the barrel at his forehead. But he calls her bluff, saying he eats bullets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Anything but a balanced diet. I've seen this nigga's cheat meals. But Jason walks in with the blick drawn, tells him to get his greasy sausage fingers off his sister. Now they're in a three-way standoff, and none of them like each other, giving Idris Elba a chance to catch them all off guard, breaching a federal building like 50 stories off the ground. And they're not taking any prisoners. They come out booming from the start. Takes Vanessa Kirby and hits one of the greatest maneuvers I've seen with the screen. This movie has these three farming harder than a Chinese peasant in the 18th century. They run through fully armored cars like it's nothing. And Dwayne suggests they just jump on the ropes and slide down with them. Now, Jason agrees, but as soon as he jumps down, he just takes the elevator.
No equipment either. Like, no hand guards. Like, that has to burn your hands, no matter what material the rope's made of.
Not everybody has that type of godlike power, but I love that they added the detail of him looking around for the elevator while he's agreeing to do that shit. And when I said Dwayne has superhuman abilities, I was not exaggerating.
Every movie. No, nigga.
Exaggerating.
At least 20 stories.
But they have to re-establish the power scaling by having him get completely folded by Idris Elba. We find out that Jason and Idris knew each other, and the last time they interacted, Jason shot him in the head. So while they have not mind-controlled him, he's Winter Soldiered in every other aspect. He escaped in a McLaren, but Cyborg over here chases him down on the thug cycle. And we get like 2 more Aura Merchant moments as Dwayne breaks the window glass by simply lifting his arm, grips a goon off his bike at like 100 miles an hour, and then carries him directly into a wall. Next, we have Jason.
What is this plot? That was very unnecessary. He could have easily put his arm out the window and kind of like stiff-armed him, so he would have had to run into the wall or stopped. Then it picked him up like a little boy. Mind you, he didn't have to keep holding him until he went to the wall. He could have picked him up, waited till they drove past his bike, and let him go.
And whipping a McLaren under a cargo truck, forcing the villain to hop off his bike and fold it in such a way that he can slide under the truck. Just to give you a vibe of what this movie is all about. This humiliation has him pissed. Goes back to a super powerful secret tech cult that control the entire media. Decide to run stories everywhere, blaming them for the attack on the federal building. So now that all 3 of them are wanted criminals, they need to lay low while also finding the guy that can extract the capsules from her bloodstream. They find him, but he says that the only device that could take the capsules out are in the tech cult's possession. So Jason makes him some fake identities and put The Rock in this tight-ass outfit.
My cock's small.
That, like, imagine that's supposed to be your partner, but like she's so bitter. He gave you that weak ass identity, bro.
My cock's small.
The mustache is a good identity to consider, though.
I go by Michael.
All to get to Russia.
I go by Michael.
Jason has a baddie waiting for him, ready to carry out any plan. And they come up with a strategy that gets spammed for the rest of the movie. When these 2 were kids, they would constantly hit licks. And one of their strategies is called the Mick Jagger, where one person distracts and the other person attacks. And all they do is find a new way to mix and match this strategy for the
Yeah, I like that. I think that's very important in like movies like these, like synergy. Like having a go-to tactic that's just being remixed is a tough, like, it's kind of like an inside joke that is used to, like, for the audience, it builds your tension or suspense to the moment, but it also has you go, oh shoot, how they gonna do it this time? How they gonna get out of this? It's tough. It's like Steve Rogers pulling the Avengers. It has like that. Come on, it's about to happen.
The rest of the film. The first step is to hand Vanessa over to the enemy, where they'll take her directly to the extraction machine. The second step is for the duo to drop out of the battle bus and brute forcing their way through the base. Then comes the third step.
I'm impressed that you even got in here.
Being tortured, as they get hooked up to metal chairs with car batteries attached, just to act as a distraction while Vanessa escapes with the extraction machine, all while Idris is still clip farming with our main characters.
Look at me. I'm Black Superman. Wait. I think we should join. Said some really compelling things. I mean, that Black Superman thing, it really got me. I love that.
Unfortunately, cut short not by Vanessa Kirby, who picked up a gun that has a fingerprint reader on it, but the guy who made the virus with a flamethrower. And if he's Black Superman, fire must be his kryptonite. How does a flamethrower push you 20 feet across the room? Another cool chase scene, and they escape, but the extraction machine is broken. So in another day or two, there's nothing stopping the capsule from dissolving in her blood, liquefying her organs like Super Ebola. So with the machine broken, the team only has one option. Travel all the way to Hawaii to talk to the greatest mechanic that The Rock knows, his own brother, that he has not talked to in 25 entire years. You see, when he was a kid, his dad essentially tried to turn his family into a gang. So eventually The Rock turned him in and left the island. But during the entire sob story, I was too focused on the fact that he's a mechanic. How is he gonna fix a piece of medical equipment? This nigga fixes cars. He is not a bioengineer, but he fixes it right before Idris Elba finds their location. The extraction has a 30-minute timer that will not have
He fixed the extraction machine. See, the mechanic part and the machine part is what makes it like more realistic. I thought they were saying he was going to be able to like not only fix it. In my mind, it was like, oh, he's gonna rewire it somehow and get it to do this thing that they're trying to get it to do, which is like, that's impossible, you know. But yeah, fix the machine is like
completely taking the virus out until it hits zero. So they have to hold down the fort for half an hour with nothing but Samoan family heirlooms. Draws the ancestral spirit out of bro. Gathers a damn near army of oiled up men to greet Idris Elba when he lands. Vanessa used that gun she picked up when they escaped to hack into their own tech and disable their guns, but only for the next 6 minutes. So when they show up and immediately try to air out the function, their guns do not work, and they realize they have to go hand in hand with fucking warriors. Look, one of these niggas got a spear. It's over. The fight breaks out and the henchmen are getting destroyed. While Vanessa is quietly getting kidnapped at the edge of the fight. So her brother steps in to dispatch this guard, who is clutching his firearm as if that shit works. Vanessa gets captured, but they follow the helicopter in a car. And now it's time for the third and final chase scene of the movie, where we get the last Herculean feat The Rock pulls off before the boss fight. During the chase, Idris Elba tries to fly off with the loot. So The Rock takes a chain winch from the back of the truck and throws that bitch around one of the wings. You might be asking, how are they going to counter the upward momentum of the helicopter? Well, that's simple. They just daisy chain a bunch of vehicles together while driving. Truly a upward momentum of the helicopter. Well,
it's a helicopter.
Simple. They just daisy chain a bunch of
helicopters, unlike planes, can't rapidly hit a certain altitude. Like the altitude that a helicopter hits is because like it, how do I explain this? It's not really as much, it's still aerodynamics behind it. It has something to do with the shape of the blades, which creates enough updraft. But it's like a helicopter can't rise at the speed of like this. It can rise like this, but it can't rise like this. So if it is not already off the ground at like a good enough amount, and you're putting a certain amount of weight on it, and yes, it will stop it from rising. And even if it could rise, it wouldn't be able to fly at its like maximum height. So as long as the people couldn't shoot back, they might not have even needed to do all that. And then on top of that, a good strap would be if they had something heavier, you know, for it to work. But you know, tie a bunch of cars together.
Vehicles together while driving. Truly an elegant solution. And I know what you're thinking. What if the helicopter just drives off the side of the island? All of them have rocket thrusters installed right next to their exhaust. All this tomfoolery causes the helicopter to crash while Vanessa Kirby is still in it. Somehow everybody's installed right next to their exhaust. All this tomfoolery.
Be serious. The mechanic brother has rocket fuel.
It causes the helicopter to crash while Vanessa Kirby is still in it. Somehow everybody survives relatively unharmed, despite how absolutely brutal this crash scene looks. Like, you can make a case for him. He took the super soldier serum. But how is she still in one piece? Not even the random henchman is dead. Nigga got slapped awake out of a coma from a plane crash, then forced on a guard duty with a concussion. My nigga could not catch a break. Well, this guy guards Vanessa until the timer is up. Idris Elba faces off against two of the baddest, baldest men on the planet. You can tell this fight is about to bring out 120% of their potential. Too bad Idris Elba's technique is far too powerful. They genuinely get the dog shit kicked out of them, getting smacked still their potential. Too bad Idris Elba's technique is far too
the back of the head is really
powerful.
bad.
They genuinely
because of concussions, but this nigga's also bald, so it's very disrespectful.
Get the dog shit kicked out of him, getting smacked silly with helicopter parts. And the only way to stop him is to pull another McJagger, taking turns getting chin checks so the other can get a sneak shot off, quickly turning the tide of the fight, beating the shit out of Idris Elba. Out here moving like the Godskin duo. Look at how they broke his back with this Mortal Kombat finish. His spine must be made of vibranium. How is bro even standing up? With all the commotion during the fight, Vanessa Kirby chokes out her captor because that nigga was dozing off from the multiple head injuries, giving the 3 main characters an opportunity to stand there, while The Rock tells the antagonist the reason that he lost.
We have heart.
After his tragic defeat, the secret organization no longer has any use for him, so they shut down his body, letting him drop into the ocean, while also trying to tease a little sequel that will never be made. And everybody, I mean everybody, has a happily ever after, and that's how it ends. This movie is basically a compilation of loosely connected fight scenes, and honestly, that's kind of fucking peak. Their one and only job was to entertain my lizard brain for like 2 hours with some violence, and they goddamn succeeded. And if you got to the end of the video, you'd probably
This thing can ride so real, bruh. What you about to say?
like this one on screen right here. Besides that,
I thought I might have you know what I'm saying. Well, appreciate y'all for watching. As always, comment video for my dog Kirai. And yeah, you know it's time to see me next. Make sure you stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. I'll catch you in the next. Peace. Alright. The longest video in the kit is what we have left. WVid, not facts. Kirai drops good vids. That's what I like. That's what I want to make sure I do as a reactor. I like the idea of being able to put people who see my content onto these other content. I mean, like, they're bigger than me. Don't get shit twisted. But like, you feel me? If you're interested, that's like my entire pitch as a YouTuber. If you're interested in things like comics, gaming, pop culture, anime, even the news recently, I cover it. And I don't cover it in like any political way. Just vibe out, show who I am, mess with who I am, and boom. You know, I do a little bit of yapping from here and there. I do a bunch of like little rant videos about like some philosophies behind characters or TV shows. Like I did one about Avatar. I have a Gojo video dropping soon. I dropped one on how like we're all alone, kinda. But like my whole premise is to be kind of a variety content creator, and then put you on to some deeper things. If you really think about it, you know what I'm saying. I like covering simple things. I like taking simple things and making them more complicated. I like playing a fucking game. I'm just a guy, bro. That's, you know what I'm saying. I'm a chill at it. You know what I'm saying. I'm into more deep breakdowns. Hell yeah, that's what my videos are. They're like rants, but like it depends. It depends. If you're more into like commentary style, like talking about this video we watched at the beginning of the stream about like why capes exist, where he went into the history of it, I might not have that. But like, for example, every video I talk about I know about. Like the video I'm gonna make soon about Eren Yeager and about freedom, boom. I make a video breaking down the monster complex of Hunter x Hunter and what truly makes a monster. I talk about shit like that, and I come at you with evidence from the show. I come at you with the, you know, I'm about to say philosophical, but the philosophy behind certain characters. I fuck with that. That's my bread and butter, bro. That shit is fun. Like, being able to interpret why someone wrote something and like what they mean. Like, even a character like Ichigo, which some people would consider like a surface level protagonist. That's a deep ass protagonist. Nigga has Survivor's Guild. Did I make the Kakashi video yet? This is the problem. I have like 70 video scripts made. Well, let me be transparent. I'm not a script person. I make the title of the video and I write down like 3 talking points. In that regard, I have like 70 videos already made. I just haven't recorded them. That's why I might make today a 12-hour. So when I get off stream, I can have like 5 to 6 hours, just edit a bunch of those videos. And then since my university is going on break soon, the goal is to post these videos, last week's reactions, and then those rant/breakdown videos. That way I'll have something to eat over the break. And then, you know, I'm putting the bag work in. we're trying to hit a band. It's a new month now, right? I'm starting on posting more consistently on Instagram. I'm a consistent YouTube poster. Until 3 days ago, I've been posting every day for like multiple months. I'm not gonna lie, but I want to start posting more consistently on Instagram and TikTok. So I'm going back to get my clips. Getting back into my clip bag, and then I realized I can clip my breakdown videos. So I'm gonna start putting those out too, to pull in people who enjoy breakdowns. I like people who enjoy breakdowns because like you're a more logical person. You don't have to be like an overly smart person. So I don't think no person is like smarter or better than another person. But like certain people just don't have the capacity, or not even capacity, they don't want to think deeper. And that's okay. Some people are like vibration oriented people, like, oh, it's a vibe. Oh, da da da. They don't mean they don't know what we know. They just not, they don't express it that way. But I fuck with people who fuck with breakdowns. I fuck with people who make breakdowns. That's why I do what I do, man. That shit fire. You know what I'm saying? That shit fire. Shit, this is probably a breakdown. This is one of the power scalers I react to. I don't react to a lot of power scalers.
Stynixos here. So today, in our Bleach...
I kind of hate power scaling, to be honest. But I don't. I feel like hate is a very strong word. I don't like when people do things certain ways. But some people I watch, they know ball. Say that. Yo, YouTube, we got video from Stynixos. We got Bleach 101, Soul Physiology. You can tell by bro's hat, he's wearing a movie water. He normally makes One Piece videos. I think he's made Naruto videos before. I think he does a variety of videos, to be honest, but a lot of what he does, a lot of his bread and butter, especially early on, was One Piece. But we got a video on Bleach, and I think, to me, this is an interesting video to me. I don't know how well this is going to do on the channel. That's not really what this video is for. Like, engaging. This video is for, like, one, pulling in more people that really is into, you know what I'm saying, the culture, but also pulling in people who want to know more about, like, the intricacies and nuances of certain things, you know? And one of the things that piques my interest is Bleach. And, like, the fact that you look at someone like Mayuri, he's modified his soul. You look at, if you're caught up, I don't want to spoil. You look at like Nemu, if you know Nemu's backstory, that's interesting. You look at what Urahara did to Aizen. It's a lot of little interesting pieces about the soul. Feel me? But without further ado, pre-fire a little like. And yeah, as always, it's the main man Sly. Slide into your timeline, provide you some content. Without further ado, slide right in. We got a long one, man. Strap up.
Hey guys, Stynixos here. So today, in our Bleach Fundamental series, we'll be speaking about the anatomy, meaning the structure, as well as the physiology, meaning the normal functioning of the souls in the Bleach world. Now, in my previous Bleach Fundamentals video, I gave you the classification of Bleach souls in terms of their unique races, whether that's a regular human soul, a Shinigami, a Quincy, a...
I gotta slow this video down. Do 1.1.
Hollow, or hybrids like the Vizords and Fullbringers. Now that classification is very important to understand because it tells you the unique defining traits of these different races of souls. Right. However, when it...
Now that I think about it, I can't even... I know the categories, but I can't explain them. Like, Vizord is explainable. It's a Reaper that got exposed to Hollow, like, kind of DNA. But it's not really, you know, DNA. It's more of, like, DNA of the soul, like the coding or the data of your soul. But, like, I couldn't tell you what makes a Soul Reaper a Soul Reaper. Like, yes, they have their job. They have what they do. But, like, I couldn't tell you, like, the actual, as the video says, like, the physiology of, like, what makes you a Soul Reaper. What is, like, so special. And I've seen a lot of different things. It's, like, light novels and things like that. But I haven't truly dived too deep into it on my dolo. I've seen videos from, I think his name is DBZ Earman. I don't know if it's Imran, but it's DBZ Imran or DBZ Imran. And he talks about Bleach like often. But like I've never truly got into reading the light novels for myself and figuring out what truly diversifies these souls.
When it comes to anatomy and function, the major classification point that actually helps guide our discussion is whether a soul has low spiritual density or high spiritual density. So what do I mean by that? Well, you see in the Bleach world, at the most basic level, the matter that makes up everything in the human world is called Kishi, whereas the matter that makes up souls and everything within the soul world, such as the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, is called Reishi. So what this means is that just as how regular matter is made of atoms, spiritual matter is similarly made up of spiritual particles or spiritual atoms, so to speak, called Reishi. Now it is also important to note that in the Bleach world, even within the normal matter of the human world, also resides some amount of Reishi. This is true not only for living things, but also inanimate objects as well. And these Reishi particles are even smaller than and exist in atoms like nitrogen in...
After the smoke in front of her eyes cleared, the shadow appeared with the ruins would be red black dragons around her. Aura Michibane. Aura as a name is kind of tough. So their intrepid smile. I had to say which it is. She controlled the soul and nitrogen. I mean, the fact that they specifically state nitrogen is crazy, but I would think they're just referring to air because there's nitrogen in like the atmosphere. She can do that in the living world where Reishi's thin and she really isn't anything to scoff at. Yeah, because if you were in a spiritual realm like Wiggle Mundo or Soul Society, there's a lot more Reishi. We see that in like part 1 of Bleach when Uryu's fighting. I said part 1. The entire Bleach to me is part 1 to get the 1,000-year blood war, low key. You see that early on in Bleach when Uryu's fighting Mayuri and they're fighting in the Serite, and when he starts using his bows, it pulls in the Reishi from the environment. So like literally the tiles of the building start turning into energy.
The air. And then, the thing that makes up and also lies within these spiritual particles is of course a spiritual energy known as Reiryoku. And just for completion's sake, Reiatsu, or spiritual pressure, is the physical force or pressure caused by releasing one's spiritual energy. Now, due to the fact that spiritual matter, which obviously includes souls, is made of spiritual particles or reishi, then just like regular matter, different types of souls can obviously have a different amount or a different concentration of spiritual particles. Thus, they can have a different spiritual density. Now note, there is in fact a formal classification for this concept in Bleach called spiritual class, which has a very specific in-universe definition. However, for the purposes of our discussion right now, I want you to think of spiritual density just as a term reflecting how concentrated a soul's body is with spiritual energy particles.
I mean, yeah, I'm a huge physics guy. Density, if I'm not mistaken, mass over volume, you know. If everyone is a soul, everyone has the same volume. Like, even though we have different shapes and sizes, in terms of spiritually, we all have the same volume. That higher density means there's a higher like mass or like amount of energy particles in a compact space.
That is how concentrated it is with reishi. So with that framework in mind, we can divide souls in Bleach into those with low spiritual density, meaning their soul bodies are made of a relatively low concentration of reishi, and those with high spiritual density, meaning their spiritual bodies are made of a very high concentration of spiritual energy particles. Now, low spiritual density souls include things like regular human souls in the world of the living, which we know are called pluses or wholes, whereas on the other side of the spectrum, high spiritual density souls include basically all other soul types, like hollows, soul reapers, quincies, and so on. Now, just to preempt that one, well, actually, guy, I know that quincies and fullbringers are not technically souls. They are humans.
Kishi directly being treated as a soul, Kompaku treated after being pulled from the matter, perhaps. Oh, and this is Kubo's equivalent's like a SBS with Oda, so that's the author's words like answering the questions. Those are the humans, soul reapers, pluses, and hollows, I suppose. But putting aside that, hollows are originally human. Exactly, hollows are made from the humans that die with like the negative emotions, kind of. They're kind of like curses in JJK. And then since quincies are weak to hollows, that makes sense because quincies are humans, but they've kind of used the positive of the energy. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Like, to my understanding, like, pluses are the humans that, like, are good. If you fuck with the human soul chain or they've gone through enough torment, they become hollows. So, if you imagine hollow means what the word hollow means, something that's empty. Pluses, and think of it as pluses, negatives. Quincies are like humans, but supercharged. So even though these things are called pluses, hollows are empty, quincies are full of the ability to manipulate reishi. Hollows are like humans that just died. They didn't have this power. So they're the strongest a human can get based off their negative emotions, while quincies are the other end of the spectrum of like a human. I mean, they're a whole separate race. So like they're not really human, but like Steinix just said, like they aren't souls. They have bodies, real bodies. So, and that makes sense because they manipulate reishi. And if we just said soul reapers have spiritual pressure, and like by definition, they are souls. They're made of reishi. If a quincy were strong enough, like super, super strong enough, they could in theory pull the reishi from your soul and unravel you. But we know that it's very difficult because to be a living sentient soul, your shit is very dense. So even though like they can pull shit from your surroundings, nerf your abilities, Quincy's normally don't unravel you, but it's a possibility. So it makes sense that they're not a soul, because if they were, if a bunch of Quincy's are pulling in Reishi near each other, they'd end up like pulling their own souls apart, you know? So that makes sense.
However, most of the action in Bleach takes place in the Soul Society, and to exist there, they must be converted from real-world matter, or Kishi, into spiritual matter, or Reishi, so most of the time they are treated as souls. Now, the density of a soul directly affects both the anatomy and the functioning of that soul type. So, for example, because Soul Reapers are high spiritual density souls, they can be touched, even by normal humans. This is directly contrasted against low spiritual density souls, like Pluses, which function more like the traditional spirits people usually imagine and are therefore typically intangible to normal humans. Now, I really want to hammer this point in for a second, because a mistranslation by Viz, where it's
normal humans can't touch hollows or soul reapers. Mistranslation. Okay.
Stated that soul reapers and hollows cannot be touched by normal humans, led to people spreading misinformation for years. As a matter of fact, even to this day still. So again, the correct translation makes it
it's true that normal people can touch hollows and Shinigami, since they have higher density spiritual bodies. However, they cannot see their forms. Yet the translation doesn't even say that. It says they can't touch the hollows or the soul reapers. I feel you. But here it says they can. No way it's true that they can. Here it says that's impossible. No way. And then instead of saying like it's true, they kind of cut that part out and just went straight to can't touch. Gotcha.
Clear that soul reapers and hollows can be touched by normal humans, specifically because of the high spiritual density of their spiritual body. And I really want to drill in on this for a second, because the reason I'm making this Bleach Fundamental series is not only to make you guys better informed about Bleach, but rather it is also to draw attention to the fact that misinformation like this spread and get embedded into the online discourse and power scaling zeitgeist, not just because of well-meaning mistakes, but rather it usually is being spread intentionally by people who, even though they know better, are still lying because they are trying to push an agenda. We know this because
like, again, I'm not too heavy into power scaling. I used to think, so like people have Naruto, like the universe, a bunch of people at light speed because of like statements and stuff from data books, and then people say data books are unreliable, and I've been around both sides. I've seen like people who have talked about why data books are reliable and they have hyperboles. Like a data book says Tamari can blow away the universe with her fan. That shit is not true. It's just cap as fuck. A data book says Kurama could burn the entire world. You can turn the whole world to ash. It's cap as fuck. It's hyperbole. Like one of the greatest feats we see is like at most continental, but most likely country level. It's like a feat, one of the highest. Oh my god, it's like a ladybug on my mic. I don't know if I can move it without it moving. Please don't fly. It flew away. Man, I want to show chat. But one of the highest feats in Naruto, I think, destructive capacity wise, and like visually, like a spectacle, is when Madara creates like a Chibaku Tensei so big that you can kind of see the curvature of the earth. To see that, it would need to be the scale of around at least like a country or like a nation, one would say. At most continental, but like, it's probably not continental, to be 100% honest. But, you feel me? But to get back to the point, people took a translation of Kakashi saying he cut a lightning bolt as a kid, and then said that to go, oh, Kakashi as a kid is lightning speed. But then they used that to gas up other characters, and then they use a statement about Haku being at her max speed, his max speed through the his ice mirror technique, able to move at light speed. So then they said Kid Naruto and Kid Sasuke were able to react at light speed. And if you're putting niggas this low at light speed, the problem with that statement is when Naruto in Sage Mode fighting Madara in the war, like I don't want to say barely dodges, but kind of barely dodge. He doesn't overly dodge it. He dodges it by like a thin margin. Madara's Light Fang, which we have to assume is light speed, and Naruto has the ability, he's in Sage Mode, he has the ability to sense things coming before they come. He can detect the intent. So you're telling me this nigga amped 50 million times stronger than him in the very beginning of the show, is barely dodging lightning, especially when you can predict it's coming, or not lightning, light speed, but he's light speed in part 1. And then on top of that, there's a mistranslation of Kirin in a Naruto in the manga. The manga says it's at, or at least White Zetsu says it is at lightning speed, the speed of lightning. And that kind of debunks the Kakashi thing, because if a Shippuden level technique that's supposed to be the next biggest technique that Kakashi thought would allow him to beat, I said Kakashi, Sasuke thought would allow him to beat Itachi is only lightning speed, why would Kid Naruto and Sasuke, mind you, Kid Sasuke got fucking gripped by Itachi. Why would that same light speed Kid Sasuke think a lightning speed technique would give him a leg up, you know? So there's a lot of like mistranslations happen, and then because power scaling is a subjective thing, a lot of people run with some mistranslations, and then, you know, also like just interpretations can be different. Like you can interpret something that's like, oh, they absorb infinite versions of themselves. You can interpret that as like, oh, that means they have infinite power. They're technically boundless. Technically, because there's an infinite number of them. They have a set amount of power. If you only had 1 unit of power and you absorb infinite of you, that's already infinite power. But if you have like 50 units of power, that's 50 infinities worth of power. You get what I'm saying? It just upscales and upscales and upscales. So in theory, someone who absorbs multiple versions of themselves, when it comes to not like just personalities, but like the power of multiple versions of themselves, they're technically balanced. That's interpretation. You get what I'm saying? So similarly, when these mistranslations happen, it leads to a lot of rigmarole.
Even if you had never seen the correct translation, that honestly does not matter. Because you see, the scene where Rukia says that line is in the broader context of Chad, who at the time was still just a normal human, who hadn't unlocked his full-bring powers yet, and he straight up punches a hollow. And not only that, we later saw Chad hit that same hollow with a regular street pole. So clearly normal humans could physically touch hollows. So Rukia obviously was not actually trying to say that humans can't touch hollows and soul reapers. That would make no sense given the context. What she was actually saying and surprised about is even clarified in the very next line of that same Viz translation. Rukia makes it clear that the shocking part was not the fact that Chad was able to physically.
That's low-key aura, bro. He's attacking a deadly enemy he can't even perceive. Doesn't he have any fear? That's aura, nigga. I'm not gonna lie, that's aura. I'm not. That's a crazy aura. That's a crazy. She moving like the narrator right now. That's a crazy aura. And then this panel right here, he got the flannel on. You know he got that shit on too. If he had his hands in his pockets, I would take it to the next. Nigga, aura, fuck, boy, that's my goat. But then Ichigo said, I could never see Chad losing a fight.
Physically hit the hollow. No, the shocking part was that he was attacking something he could not see. And again, everyone who has read Bleach knows this is the case, because even before this, when Chad punches the hollow the first time, Rukia's shock and confusion wasn't about the fact that he could physically make contact with the hollow, but rather it was about whether he could actually see the hollow. Like and we don't even have to guess about that, because even the hollow itself, in that same Viz translation, comments on that fact. And again, that is the reason Rukia eventually serves as Chad's eyes, guiding him so he can properly fight against the hollow. So literally, the whole setup of the fight revolved around the basic fact that it was a perception problem, not a problem in making actual physical contact. So again, we can be sure that most people spreading this misinformation, that some special requirement is needed to be able to touch Soul Reapers and Hallows, are intentionally spreading agenda-driven misinformation, because even if someone had never seen the correct translation of that panel, even so, basic common sense and simple narrative context would immediately tell you what Rukia was actually saying. But anyway, and just for completion's sake on this point, it is important to note that Hallows may sometimes appear intangible, as if they are phasing.
Then you get Ichigo's skull like a Dragon Ball. I can't, bro. Orange hair is like so outlandish.
Through an object. However, that's usually because they're moving through portals in the Garganta. Similarly, they can become intangible in a different way because they're moving through.
He's touching the bed. If he was going through the objects, he would go through the bed. But when he went through here, as you can see, he's making no contact with the pillow. The pillow is not being affected. Here, the pillow is not being affected. Clearly, it's coming off of Him coming out of the Garganta.
Portals in the Garganta. Similarly, they can become intangible in a different way, but that's specifically to attack a human soul directly. Now similarly, higher spiritual density also means more spiritual energy overall, because remember, spiritual energy, also known as Reiryoku, is what makes up or is within the spiritual energy particles known as Reishi. Thus, because of that, high spiritual density souls, like soul reapers, need to eat, whereas lower spiritual density souls, such as many residents of the Rukongai, generally do not need to eat at all. Of course, there are exceptions at the highest levels of spiritual energy. So when it comes to anatomy and physiology, high spiritual density souls are really the ones we need to focus on because their structure and function are far more complex. And again, once we're discussing high spiritual density souls, we can further differentiate them into those that are humanoid and those that are not. And soul reapers and highly evolved Arankar work perfectly as our archetypes for humanoid high spiritual density souls. You see, soul reapers and highly evolved Arankars not only look human-like, but they also have the normal human organs. I mean, for example, Soifeng showed us that they have a normal skeletal structure. The fight against Pernida shows us they have nerves. Rangjiku shows us that the organs are in the normal human positioning. And I mean, the 8th Espada Grands basically shows us that soul reapers have these normal human organs. We have even seen that the structure of these organs are for the most part the same as the normal human counterpart, given that Mayuri's drug specifically works on the hippocampus of the brain. And Uryu even directly highlights this fact when he says that an Arankar's anatomy should not be much different from Soul Reapers, given that their transformation to Arankars makes them more Soul Reaper-like. And we know that these organs basically function similar to the normal human organs, which is probably best illustrated with Gremi putting Kenpachi in the void of space, where the need to breathe and other physiologic functions are established by the effect that the void of outer space would have on Kenpachi's body, as well as with Ulquiorra, who cannot survive without his internal organs. Interestingly, Kubo even says that hollows can potentially reproduce through sex, like humans and soul reapers. However, there are some specific physiologic differences come through sex, like
I mean, to be fair, the question was very simple, I can't blame him, but that's simple as answer. It's possible.
Humans and soul reapers. However, there are some specific physiologic differences compared to humans, the first of which is the need to eat. You see, only souls with a high spiritual energy need to eat food. Secondly, Arankars obviously do not have an organ where their hole is. And thirdly, of course, there are individuals like Mayuri that can modify their soul body to function without organs and even turn into and survive as ectoplasmic goo. However, because these are spiritual entities, there obviously has to be some special spiritual organs, so soul reapers have something called the Hakusu and Saketsu, which are spiritual organs often referred to as the...
Oh, it says it right there. I was looking for it. The heart of a soul reaper, is it their actual heart or the heart of their like spiritual energy? Saketsu chain. Yeah, they talked about that actually earlier in Bleach too. Okay.
Heart or vitals of a soul reaper, and that is because the Hakusu is what produces the spiritual energy that flows through higher level spiritual beings, and the Saketsu is the booster. Now it is actually really important to focus in on this fact, that most of the time you are hearing the heart of a soul reaper, such as when Mayuri says, a soul reaper's spiritual pressure springs eternally as long as their heart continues beating, or in the Can't Fear Your Own World novels, where it speaks of Hisagi no longer having a heart, or Saketsu after Hikone blows a hole through his chest. The term heart in these instances are not referring to the regular organ of the heart that you usually envision when you hear that word, but rather, it is referring to the special spiritual organs known as the Hakusu and Saketsu, which are often referred to as the soul reaper's heart, because they are what produce and boost the spiritual energy that a soul reaper has. And thus, if they get severed or destroyed, the soul reaper in essence loses all their spiritual power.
Yeah, and that's why he said if he does survive, he'll have no more power, because he was a temporary soul reaper. So when he destroyed the source of his spiritual energy, he's like, if he does survive, he'll be like human again, pretty much. He won't have the ability to gain spiritual pressure. And then once this is set as a precedent, which they set early on, now when you hear, oh, he shattered his heart, oh, he aimed for his heart. They're talking about the thing that powers them being spiritually dense beings. Because once they lose that ability to stay spiritually dense, they disappear from being the person that you know them as they are.
Power, and hollows, particularly Arankars, are implied to have a Saketsu and Hakusu by Uryu, given that their anatomy should be similar to Soul Reapers. Now, in terms of actual positioning, Kubo says the Saketsu is at the Jade Hall acupuncture point. which is more or less midline sternum, and the Hakusu is at the heavenly pivot acupuncture point, which is more or less at the level of the navel or central abdomen.
It's literally like thinking about it, like not meridians, but like cores. Like if you read a Miram manhwa / like manga, the idea of like, what do they call it? Danitans, however you pronounce it. I read it and I we all pronounce it differently depending on how we read it. But it's really like the different cores in your body. There's normally an upper, a middle, and then like a lower, which is like right there where the diagram is showing.
Now, separate from those facts, it is also important to note that every Soul Reaper seem to have their own specific flow of spiritual energy through their body, and they also have spiritual energy vents on their wrists, which, if blocked, causes the spiritual energy to well up inside of them and then explode. Similarly, due to the existence and importance of these vents, if a Soul Reaper loses their arms, and consequently their wrists, they are not burned from the inside. Instead, the cut-off place of the stump
Oh, that's good lord. That's good lord. That's good lord. I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. Because it's not only like he's keeping the injury, like, oh, you can't fight with both hands. It's like he was really nerfing himself in terms of spiritual power control. So like, even if you were arrived with me before, it's like the Shanks joint with Mihawk. It's like, even if you arrived with me before, except in this case, like, literally now you can't be. Your job has become infinitely more difficult. You've only become older and older.
Functions as the new vent for the Ryatsu to exit. And while a Soul Reaper can survive the loss of their original vents, there is still the consequence that the control of their Ryatsu becomes extremely difficult without them. This specific loss of control is the reason Iwak criticized Yamamoto for refusing to heal his lost arm. Now the next thing we should speak about is the death of souls. So souls with a higher spiritual energy age much slower than they appear. So for example, Rukia has lived at least a century, yet she still looks pretty young. But even though they age slowly, they still age, and as Baragan notes, everything eventually falls to senescence, though there might be some exceptions obviously. But what is important to us for the purposes of cross-verse discussion is their healing and regenerative ability. So obviously the more spiritual energy you have, the more damage you can generally take, such that strong characters like Toshiro and Shunsui are not even able to pass out from serious injuries due to their high spiritual energy. However, as we already emphasized, out from serious...
You can't even lose consciousness, much less die. What? Truthfully, it would have been a lot easier if I just died right there on the spot. Now, that's actually ridiculous. Aizen even backs up that. It's difficult to even pass out from a wound like that. So it's like stating, yeah, like that should be like a, if not a death wound, you're so critically hurt that you shouldn't be able to function normally. And he's like, yeah, bro, it would be better if I just passed out, but this shit hurt. That is like, yeah, it's a consequence of being tough.
Injuries due to their high spiritual energy. However, as we already emphasized, they can still die, and most Soul Reapers are not able to heal or regenerate, which is why they have a healing squad. This is the opposite for Hollows, who I guess at some point lower in their evolution actually have pretty good regeneration. However, most Arankar sacrifice most of their regenerative abilities that they had as lower level Hollows in order to enhance their other powers. And even those with high tier regeneration, like Ulquiorra, still have limits, as they cannot regenerate their brain and other internal organs, and without them, they will die. And of course, you'll always have the anomalies like Ichigo, who due to being part hollow and part main character, has high speed regeneration that seems like Ichigo, who due to being part hollow and part main character,
he has literally like every genetic possibility, so like
has high speed regeneration that seems to be way above the normal hollow regeneration. And also Aizen, who because of the Hogyoku instinctively protecting him, got regeneration similar to a hollow's high speed regeneration, which has since evolved to the point that he's effectively immortal to those in the Soul Society, as they have not figured out a way to kill him. And of course, let us not forget the members of the Zero Squad who fuse their bodies with the spiritual vein, or Reiryoku of the Soul King Palace, such that as long as the spiritual vein remains intact and one of them remains alive, the rest of them can always be resurrected by calling their names. Now, from an inverse perspective, those are the main points I wanted to discuss on this topic, apart from reiterating that Hollow Reishi is poisonous to Quincy's, as they have no antibodies to it, which is actually pretty important, as it is one of the main reasons for the 1000-year Blood War arc and is even integral in its resolution. However, one more general point that is important for me to bring up, if only as a PSA to combat misinformation, is the discussion around who can see souls, which is usually most relevant in a cross-verse context. You see, a claim which often comes up is that characters from other verses would not be able to see soul reapers, for
true, depending on if they can see souls.
Example, because as Rukia said in chapter 5, soul reapers are spiritual entities, and thus only other spiritual entities can see them. Now obviously, this is not meant to be taken in the most literal and absolutist fashion, because anyone who reads Bleach knows that this is not true. Like Ichigo, while
Ichigo's a special case.
He was still a human before he became a soul reaper, was able to see souls. Ichigo's siblings have similarly been able to see souls. Some of Ichigo's normal human friends also became able to see souls. And even random characters, like Don Kanojo, with no prior interactions with Ichigo, is also able to see souls. And even in the literal first chapter of Bleach, it is somewhat hinted that the bullies actually eventually saw the soul of the deceased girl after Ichigo pointed it out. So obviously non-spiritual entities can actually see souls. The point that Rukia was actually trying to get across here is basically what she was explaining to Ichigo in chapter 1 with the hollow attack. That is, only individuals with higher levels of spiritual energy can see souls, and thus most humans that have very low levels of spiritual energy, unlike Ichigo, who has very high spirit energy, thus cannot see them. This can be thought of as similar to how when Rukia was saying to a low-level spirit that souls do not need to eat. This was not meant to be taken in some literalist, absolutist fashion that no souls need to eat, but rather was just a shorthand way of saying that souls with a low level of spiritual energy do not need to eat, and spiritual energy increases in life or death situations. And that is why characters like Tatsuki, who are not necessarily born with a high level of spiritual energy, eventually became able to see souls after being in a life or death situation with a hollow. And again, I really want to emphasize a specific point here. If you're someone who never read Bleach yourself and ended up believing this misinformation because you trusted your favorite power scaler,
nah, I don't think people from other verses, I don't think this is like, any statement like this is not an absolute statement. It's like, take someone like Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho. He sees ghosts. He's a spirit detective. He was a ghost. Yes, he's had enough near-death experiences. Essentially, based off the Bleach logic in any crossverse, I say the bare minimum is they have to be able to see ghosts. But then you could also take it to, if you want to take it to the lowest of low balls, as long as they've been in a near-death situation, you could argue they'd have enough spiritual energy. And as long as they have a spiritual energy counterpart like Haki, Chakra, Ki, etc. Well, Ki's not really, kind of, it's a spiritual energy. Everybody can use it. You should be able to see spirits because humans have a low amount, and Tatsuki, someone who hasn't trained spiritual energy, just from one life or death encounter, got the ability to see it. So at the lowest ball, as long as they've been in a life or death situation, they should be able to see. But once you get there, it's like, okay, they can see them, but they're pretty fragile.
Or content creator. That's understandable. It makes sense to rely on people who present themselves as informed, but at the same time, we need to start clearly acknowledging that many of these content creators and power scalers should know better, and in a lot of cases, they're not just mistaken, they're outright just lying and intentionally spreading misinformation. Because even if we set aside the fact that anyone who has actually read Bleach should have easily understood the meaning of Rukia's statement given all the context, even ignoring that basic application of common sense and intellectual honesty, even then, we are still even left with the fact that the data books themselves make it explicit. That's right. The very sources these creators love to cite and twist when it suits their arguments. The data books, even verbatim, tells us that what's required to see souls is simply high spiritual energy, and not once, but multiple times. It's stated plainly. And it is even on the very first non-table of contents page of the Souls databook. So again, with this Bleach Fundamentals series, I'm going to do my best to clear up as much of the pervasive misinformation as I can, but I can't possibly cover everything, and honestly, I shouldn't have to. At some point, we need to start holding these popular purveyors of information to a higher standard. We can't keep treating everything a well-known content or follower count. That's it.
Okay. Appreciate you for the video, Steinic Sauce. Appreciate y'all for watching. As always, make sure you stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. I'll catch you guys in the next. Peace. Oh, man. All right, should I be back? Give me 2 seconds. A lot longer than Chill, bro. Chill. I'm on the phone with the homies, bro. Chill. We laughing and shit, bro. Chill. I'm not on the phone with my girl, bro. Chill. Not too much.
Tritania just followed.
Is there a follow-up? Am I tripping? Or was that just chat? Damn. Oh, you put a space the first time. Yeah, that's why you put it in there earlier. I could have sworn I heard an alert.
I gave you the last pieces of me. Now I don't even know who's in the mirror. Just tired. Just done. I didn't want to write this, but you gave me no choice.
I held the weight like a soldier does. Covered your wounds while I bled because you needed strength and I gave you mine. Till my pulse slowed down, now I'm flatline. Listened at 2 a.m. when you cried. Gave you hope when you wanted to die. I showed up no matter the storm. Now my soul's soaked and I'm left to form. You took and took, I stayed on call. Now it's me on the edge and you let me fall. You say love like it's cheap and fast, but love don't vanish when the skies go black. Where the fuck were you when I shattered inside? Hit the pillow every goddamn night. I gave you my light, now I'm stuck in this dark. Y'all vanished quick, left a hole in my all I had left. I stay 10 toes through your storms and scars, but y'all bounce quick when I show my bars. You call me strong like that meant I'm fine, but I cried every night just to feel alive. Held my chest when a panic hit, told myself they care, but they never.
My friend sent me something. I'm listening to him right now. He's talking about how he actually like wrote that song. It is Dax type music, but it has 1.5 million views. And he wrote it, someone stole it, practically. I'm getting a bunch of lore right now for whatever reason. I'm not gonna lie. No, I'm not reacting right now. Something crazy is happening. Nasty. I'm saying it's grimy. Nigga got 1.5 M's off the shit. And my homie's the one who actually wrote the lyrics. But like he was being stupid and he was emotional at the time, so he was just saying it. Cause like he was essentially going band for band with his friend who does music professionally. So the nigga was talking about how like he does music, and my homie was like, "I was go band for band," and then he spit this off the dome, and niggas essentially took it and profited off of it. But the dude who said, "Am I reacting?" No, I'm supposed to be reacting, but it's not a life or death situation, but it's not very far off. So I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. Bear with me. I'll be back not very shortly. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know when. But like as you can see, if you just had to sit on in the background, you'll get bits and pieces. Trust me. Why are we at a viewer peak when I'm doing nothing, bro? Y'all niggas really hate me, bro. You can't make this shit up.
Bobby_CB just followed. Dunder Bisepsalitan just followed.
We are back. Oh my god. Long ass fucking video call. Niggas are either asleep on the call or they left to go to sleep. I think I'm gonna pull the all-nighter when it comes to the stream. So we've already done one set of reacts. I think we're gonna do this set and I'm gonna do the other set right now, just back to back. So that'll take us till roughly 7. And then I'll just do gameplay until I get off. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. That shit is still too long. What's good, YouTube? We have a video from the dog, Zevi. We got pastor tells his church to give him 10K in order to become millionaires. You know what I'm saying? We got our favorite investigational journalist, Zevi. As always, going to pre-follow a like. As you can see, we turn that bell on. Make sure you do the same. And yeah, without further ado, it's the main man Slice. Line onto your timeline to provide you with some content. Without further ado, let's get right to it. Talk to me.
There were many people upset at Drewski's skit where he's basically making fun of mega churches that be exploiting people for money. But if you watch the skit, it's clear Drewski's not making fun of the church. He's actually poking fun at people like this guy. Meet Pastor Todd Hall. People behind him real quick before we get started. That's a QR code. You already know it's about to get wicked. So Pastor Todd Hall stands up there in front of his congregation and he says, look, everybody, I'm gonna need $200 from each of y'all here and $10,000 from a select few of you. Now hold on, it actually gets worse because the reason he was asking for the cash wasn't to just donate for the church. Simply, he said, if y'all donate, I talked to God, I hit him up, and he said he finna flip your cash.
I feel like that's corny to begin with. The whole concept of like pastors like trying to be mediums, like it's okay to like preach the word and like have that in that sense be like mightier than thou. It's a whole other thing to be on a tight timing where it's like, oh, I talked to him in the special way only I can talk to him, and I learned this. Pay me. Like, that's corny.
He said, if you give me that money, he gonna give you the money back and make you a multi-millionaire. Who wanna be a multi-millionaire?
Realistically,
just give me some cash. The crowd said, okay. You hear one or two, praise him in the background, but the rest of them are going, okay. He said, why aren't y'all moving? It seemed nobody was going up to give him the cash because he goes on to say this. He says, And y'all only got 90 seconds. Got to the window to be a multimillionaire is only up for 90 seconds. Now, despite all this, people still didn't seem to be budging. And here's where things start to get wicked. Pastor Todd Hall ups it. He starts calling people out individually without saying their names, but like he's, you know, people know who they're calling out. He's like, okay, so for the people who went to Vegas last week and bought themselves some Gucci bags, they don't want to come up here and donate. And another thing, don't buy a purse if you don't got the cash to put that money you spent on the purse inside the purse. In other words, you broke and you need to donate to me so you can become a multi-millionaire.
Right.
Nobody coming up, all right, let me up it some more. Hey, to that person out there that is scamming on their phone bill, you know who you are, come donate to me because I know you need the money. And by the way, I would have done this myself, but I got it like that. Like, I'm good, but y'all need it. Crowd said, ooh, somebody said, praise him. Meanwhile, it's been past 90 seconds to talk all this smack. It had to be a little bit of time. But it seems nobody was going up like that. So Pastor Todd Hall looked at his watch. He said, yeah, God said y'all got like 30 more seconds. Now, remember what I told you Todd Hall said earlier. He said, a select few of you, I want $10,000. He goes on to say, look, I know there's a few of you that have a lot of money.
He's definitely targeting them, which makes sense. That's the best way. I mean, it's a bad thing to do, but it makes sense if you're like a grimy person. Because like scams only work when the amount of money seems like it's not a lot of money. When the amount of money doesn't seem like it's a lot of money, but it piles up. Like if you carry 200 with you casually and I'm asking for 20, you'll likely fall for that scam. Because in your mind, oh, it's just 20. It's like a tenth of what I normally carry on me. So asking 10 bands that only carries 200, you're not touching that at all. No matter how much you think no matter how silver your tongue is, you're not touching that money. But if you know I carry like 15K on me, I go on trips regularly, then it's like, okay. Especially if I'm serving you up this lie that like, bro, it's gonna double and come back to you, trust. You're gonna be more willing to spend that bread because to you, not only is it kind of pocket change, it's like, oh, but if I double it, that's 2 vacations money's worth. You feel me? So he's like trying to figure out a way to be selective with it because like scams on the general like target population, no matter what your population is, when it's generalized, the bar for the scam has to be either really low, where it's like it's a low amount of money, so more people fall for it, so that's how you earn your profit, or it has to be selective to where your profit is like adaptable on some shit.
Yeah, he checking people's pockets. He said, I need y'all select few people to donate $10,000. Now, at the end of the day, I don't know how many people donated, but as soon as Pastor Todd Hall, this video gets posted of him doing this, people were upset and they were going in on him. So it seems that most people can look at this and say, okay, this kind of looks like a scam. But the scary thing is there are pastors out there who are a lot more subtle than Todd Hall. So a lot of people could get scammed easily. And I call it a scam because I don't think any pastor in good faith is going to tell people to donate when they're struggling. Like Todd Hall clearly is saying, calling out people who are struggling, almost like poking fun at them a little bit, saying, you had to do this, you had to do that. Why aren't you giving me your money? Well, they're not giving you their money because they need the money, clearly. You see what I'm saying? And even if hypothetically a pastor like this is using all the money he's taking from people for the church, to me, it feels like they're not thinking about the people they're taking money from. Let me make a bigger church and make you homeless in the process. It's worth it. Now another.
They be getting hold, bruh. They be getting hold. For a bigger church, you're gonna get scammed. Essentially, like that's the joint. Bigger church means better services for you, but it takes money out of your pocket. And then if your pastor's dressed like this, you know, you're cooked. And that's what it is. It's like, it's the general audience scam. It's a scam that the bar is very low, that you just need a lot of people to buy in for you to get bread. Like, let's say I'm not doing a scam, but let's say I'm a content creator and I have 1 million subscribers and a fourth of my subscribers pay for my membership. And my membership is only $1. I'm getting $250,000 a month. You know what I'm saying? One of those general, low level, but in this case, it's kind of a scam. It's kind of a false promise, but because it's low risk, more people are willing to buy into it so they can get more money. And because of that, and because it's low risk, they feel comfortable dressing like this. And they think it's like, oh, it's not that bad. You know, I just have a little bit of money. God bless me. I'm the pastor. I'm supposed to look the best amongst the bunch, right? But if it's a high profile scam, if you had the audacity to wear this while telling me you need like 15 bands off me, bro, you tripping.
Thing I found interesting was in the background when Todd Hall was telling people, hey, give me that 200, give me that 10,000, let me change your life. You still have people cheering, saying, praise him.
What he said? Usher, lock them doors.
This and that. You have, I'm gonna relate this in a second, but you have people looking at Drewski's videos and saying, no, Drewski's coming at God for the wrong reason. Drewski ain't it, blasphemous, and that. I feel like these two types of people are one and the same. They have like an unwillingness to see context. It's like they don't need to know why Pastor Todd is asking them for money. All they need to know is he's a pastor. He said, God said this, let me give him money. It's like they don't need to know what Drewski's trying to say in this skit. They just need to know he's making people laugh. God is involved. Blasphemy. Now, I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying this is wrong. It's just interesting to me. It's like there's no question asking. It's like a few.
Yeah, and that's where you get like the part of religion that's kind of cultish. I respect religion as an intellectual practice, but when it gets to the point where it's like cultish and people aren't allowed to think for themselves, then it gets scary because it's like, you know, people can't make the right decisions, or I guess it's the right decision for certain people, but it's difficult to make the right decision for yourself when you're too group-minded in thought. You can make a lot of mistakes in the long run just because you want to be a part of an in-group, you know?
Fear of God to the max. It kind of reminds me of something that my dad told me a long time ago. When I was younger, I used to ask a lot of questions, and I still ask a lot of questions now. I'm a naturally curious person. Growing up, my dad said to me, Zevi, you question everything. He said if he had ever questioned anything after his dad told him to do something, then he would have been smacked instantly. And naturally, I looked at him, I said, why? And he said, that's just what you did. He said, growing up, if your parents told you to do something, you just do it. And I'm sure a lot of your grandparents can relate to this. My dad's a little older. I feel like in generations past, there was less of a willingness to question things. And I say all this to tie it back to the church we're talking about. I feel like growing up, we're very indoctrinated into our religions. And I'm not saying this is a good or a bad thing. Keep that in mind. But I just mean from a young age, many of us are taught this is what you believe now. And if you don't believe it, you're bad. So if you grow up thinking that, by the time you fully developed, it's in you now. Like you're in there. And for many people, that just makes it.
Yeah. And it's like not to disrespect religion, you know? I would say but. Like traditionally, I'd say but after saying something like that. But that implies that what I'm saying disrespects religion in some way. But I don't think it disrespects religion to say that like people in general, especially older people, were indoctrinated to believe like just listen to a figure of authority. Like even parenting was done differently. I think parenting is done best through respect. Like yeah, there's a position there, but like you're not advising your kids through fear, because if you're like when you make it a thing about fear or control or monetary value, it becomes a battle, and you always have to fight a battle. When it's about respect, there is no battle. That's big bro, you got it. I trust you. You haven't let me wrong. But if it becomes a thing of money or power, it's like once they get the same amount or more money or power, then in their mind they can either twist it and be like, shit, I should have control. Or it becomes like a, you know, you don't have control over me. But because we're indoctrinated to just do whatever was said and respect rules of power, when it comes to religion, that's one of the highest rules of power you can have. Like if you're like a pastor, you're the person teaching word. Nowhere in your religious code does it say like you can only listen to a pastor, but it's a position. It's kind of like it's not the same as being the president, but like it's similar to like the president. It's like being a president don't necessarily mean you're a good president. It's more of a political position, but people respect the president by default because you're the president. It's a very hard job to get to. It's like being a pastor. Me right now, as far as I know, I can't just spawn in as a pastor. So because I know it takes work, I'm going to take what a pastor says a lot more seriously. And then you combine that with like the hierarchical mindset of like, oh, I just listen to whoever is above me says. Then you get like, again, it's kind of cult where the religion can't even progress because like you're being capped. And then if you have a flawed like idol or flawed leader, in the case of these greedy pastors, then the church is it's going nowhere, you know.
It's tougher to ask questions regarding their religion. Don't ask any questions, just do as you're told. The pastor, the religious leader asks you for money.
You feel me? It's like with religion, it's supposed to be like a personal thing. So I don't believe it should ever be this joint where it's like, oh, you don't ask no questions. Like, yeah, if you read something in the Bible and you like, oh, this is kind of crazy. you read something in the Torah, you're like, oh, that's kind of crazy. You should be able to say that because there's only two things that can happen. You have to realize there's some flaws in your religion, which is like cool. There's flaws in everything. Or you go and realize like
SRSBSNS 2001 just followed.
You know, but like you either realize there's a flaw in the religion, like the doctrine, I guess, or you realize that, oh, this was kind of messed up, but it pushes you deeper into your like religion of some sort. Because in your mind, it has you like, you know, better grasp it, I guess. Are you multi-streaming? Yeah, I'm on Twitch and YouTube. I'm reacting right now. I'm about to get to gameplay, but I gotta do a bunch of reacting because I did not stream yesterday like I was supposed to. And this is about to be a 24-hour stream, or not 24, 12-hour. So I have to stream the reacts for today, tomorrow, and yesterday.
It out. The pastor got an Armani suit. Don't matter. Don't ask him why. Just give him the money. I feel like what makes Pastor Todd Hall the worst in a sense is he's exploiting that don't ask questions type thing. He's using the name of God. Like he's saying, God told me this. God told you to give me money. God said this. God said you have this many seconds. You see what I'm saying? So questioning your parents is one thing. Questioning.
Can you react to the Landman trailer? I've never heard of that.
Your pastor is one thing, but questioning God, oh, that's a whole another thing. I feel like using that is just super, super manipulative. And the other crazy thing is there's so many stories like this.
Because it pulls on those strings of like the hierarchy-based mindset. It's like, oh, you might not want to listen to me, but this person. It's like if you had a babysitter or even an older or younger sibling, and they ask you to do something for them, and you're like, no, and they go, well, mom said you have to. Or dad said you have to. It's the appeal to the fact that if you don't respect me or don't want to do this thing I want you to do, I'm just going to say a higher power told me to tell you to help me. And then you're more likely to listen, you know? It's pretty like, it's low-key kind of sucky, especially when it comes to religion. Because something that's supposed to be sacred and you can just manipulate it however you see fit for your own gain. It's like that sucks.
We're just talking about Pastor Todd Hall here, but I feel like this is a story that we just all know where like a megachurch pastor is taking advantage of his congregation. Boy got a helicopter, boy got a plane, boy got a megachurch that's the size of like 20 mansions. It's wild. Boy got 20 mansions his damn self. And their excuse is usually, I'm so loved by God that God has blessed me with all this money because God loves money. That's for Todd.
It's like, even if I have that much money, like even in my mind, I want a lot of money. But I don't want a lot of money to do stuff like that. I want a lot of money to have freedom to like travel and like get houses in different places. That's it. I'm not in the mindset of buying mega mansions, mad $1 million cars. That's not my body. That's not like my prerogative. So it's like, I feel like if you're a churchgoer and you really believe in the word of God and you're getting that type of bread, it's like, yeah, you technically should be paid for anything you do. I think there is an argument of like, should you really get paid for like church stuff? Like, should that be a job? Not that it's not important, but money is not a sacred thing. It's a mortal thing. It's a carnal thing. So you're like mixing the carnal with the sacred. And it's like, okay, you already did that. That's like weird. You know, it's not the worst thing you could do, but it's weird. And then now you're using the money that you got to not just support yourself, but to buy carnal things. It's like, it's a terrible cycle.
Specifically, I saw reports saying his net worth was around $6.5 million. People saying he was a millionaire and that he owns businesses. Now, let me say again, I don't know what Todd Hall is doing with his congregation's money, but what I do know is from that video, he's still asking people for money that it's clear that they don't have. Like telling people donate as much as you can is one thing, but he's saying $210,000. I know you can't pay your electricity, but give me that. I feel like that shows his level of care for his congregation, the people that he's asking money from. Calling them out, shaming them, low-key flexing on them, bro, is wild. Anyway, as you could probably tell, this is one of the things that annoys me most. I hate when people get taken advantage of, especially when it's a time that people seem to really need hope or look to people to give them leadership and hope, and dude's gonna turn around and take money from them. It's a shame. Now, if by chance somebody is from Todd Hall's congregation, or if somebody has this information, let me know how many people donated this day, or like if people donated the $10,000. I'm genuinely curious. But anyway, religion is a touchy subject, so I try to steer clear from it. So we'll end the video off by saying, no matter who you are, no matter where you're from, if something doesn't seem right to you, if something doesn't sit.
See, he's one of those that don't do outros. He'll be catching me, bro. I'll be going to another video before I can do my outro. Appreciate y'all for watching. As always, it was the... Did I even do my intro? I think I did. It was the main man slash Silentale Timeline. Probably do some content. Awesome. And yeah, as always, make sure you stay happy, healthy. I forgot I just refilled this. And hydrated. As always, you know what time to see me next. Peace. Oh, we done did a lot of YouTube videos today. We got a lot more to come. The poll, I think, is the end of the set for technically today's reacts. Because we've already done the reacts for yesterday. And then my schedule's weird because I think for editing, instead of like doing all the clipping that I wanted to do, since my school's about to go on break, or my university rather, I think the tech is going to be, instead of editing, doing mixed editing sessions, I think what I'm going to do, I was going to stay up all night, but I think I won't. I don't think that's good for my health in general. But I think I might keep the tech how it was before, stream until 8. Which is like 2 hours from now. So locally, we might just do reacts. I don't know if I have the energy in me to, like, how many is on YouTube? Not that many people. I'm not gonna lie. It's the people that consistently watch me. I'm never live this early in the morning. We had like at a peak, we had like 4 in Twitch and like 6 in YouTube. But right now, it's like 1 in 1, bro. It's empty. If you came ghost town hours, I'm not gonna lie. If you like, you can use commands !Discord, !socials, or something like that, and you can get the Discord. And then if you're in the Discord, you get notified when I post and stuff. Now, I do content regarding anime, cartoons, comics, TV shows, news. Now I do breakdowns. That's what I need to record. That's what I need to edit tomorrow. Record and edit those tomorrow. But yeah, this is a react segment. I missed a lot. Do you react to music? I've reacted to music before. I don't think I've posted a music reaction, but some guy from the UK came in one day. I was like, yo, check this out. And I was like, well, sure, why not? And then in the Discord, we have a reaction or a suggestion little tab. And then if I get any suggestions before a stream, the next time I stream, whatever was in the suggested, we check it out before we get into the reaction segment. You said something about a Landman trailer. Let's see. Landman. Let's do this. Close this. And then let's do a fresh YouTube tab. Is that Simba? What the? I've never seen Walk Out of Context. I might have to watch that. I ain't gonna lie. That might be Comm personal watches, low key. What was I about to do? Landman. I don't know. I feel like I'm like delirious. Nah, I don't think I'm delirious. I don't think it's the right term. But it generally feels like I should probably go to sleep. But I don't feel too tired yet. But I like yawn like 3 times back to back. To me, it's like my brain knows I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, I'm back. It was a long call. To not like put too much of my friend's business out there without like going into too much detail, but still giving some explanation. Basically, something happened with a relative. And basically they did something that reminded him of his past, and then I think he was also like intoxicated in some way, and he was trying to like rant to us about it. And then whoever was with him was like telling him, oh, just go to sleep. Oh, I'm going to take your phone. I'll take your phone now. Drink some water, go to sleep. And like, we thought it was, the whole friend group was like, yo, this is kind of weird, bro. Why is they like, cause he's venting damn near. The words are kind of slurred. You could tell like he's about to cry. His eyes are red as if he had already been crying, And it's like, nobody's trying to hear bro out. So, and then eventually, I guess they called the group chat, and that's what had happened. They called the group chat, and then one of them called me because I didn't pick up the original call. I couldn't see it. I was reacting. And then we finished the reaction, and then I joined the call. That's why I was smiling and whatnot, because after he talked about like the sad stuff, like we're just there to try to pick up his spirits. He fell asleep, so that's good. Kind of tucked bro in. We just told jokes. The entire friend group was there. We were just chatting it up. Talking about random stuff, life, things of that nature. But yeah, I am indeed back. I might have an artist or song you should listen to and post. Listen to and post. I don't mind. Like whatever I react to, I normally do post. But suggesting that sounds a little crazy off rip. But we'll see. Just let me know what you want to suggest. I'll try it out. I listen to all types of music. Reggae, pop, rap. Only type of music I don't have too much ball knowledge in this country, to be honest. And it's not like I don't like country music. I just don't listen to it all the time. It's not like my forte. That's all. Yeah, okay. It just wasn't specific. I just got Landman trailer. Trailer for what in particular? I might as well, because I don't think I'm going to be doing too much this stream. I might just aim for just getting some sleep. And then instead of doing like a little bit of gaming, I think I'm going to just get all the reactions out the way tonight. Or technically, it's like almost 8 in the morning for me. And then when we stream tomorrow, instead of being as long as it normally is, it'll be a little bit shorter, but it'll be all gameplay. I'll say it after the trailer. Which one? Most recent one? I would assume the most recent one. I don't know ball about either. I've never heard of this franchise in my entire career. To be honest, this one got 19 million views. I'd assume this is what you're referring to. 19 million on these two. 2 different trailers too. I'm not really enjoying that motion. Same. Same. What? Are they the same trailers? Is that what you're saying? Or have you not like seen it? You didn't know they had motion. Like I've never heard of this joint in my life. I'm assuming that's what you're saying too. And the episodes are long. Like back in my day, a long show would be 40-minute episodes. 56 minutes, and assuming there's no ads, about hour-long episodes each. They're moving different nowadays, bro. If you never heard this, I suggest 21 Pilots. You have me so lost, big bro. You have me so lost. Landman trailer. I'm here at the Landman trailer. I need to know what's Landman trailer. And then you bring up 21 Pilots, which I'll pull up. I just need to know the Landman. I'm probably gonna watch both, to be honest. I think I'm gonna watch both. Top one to the first one. I don't know the Frenchies. This is French. Yeah, I'm not a French guy myself. The top, I bet. I might pull up the Heavy Dirty Soul. Let's pull up the search, and then I'll do the 2 trailers, and then watch this. Okay. And then since we're gonna watch the official trailer, I'll watch the official trailer, not the final trailer for part 2 as well. And then I'll just have them be one video since they're like really short. See, this is the definition of something like I would watch, but like I wouldn't necessarily post. But last time we did something short, I posted it anyway. That's season 2. Have you not seen season 2? Or is it weird for me to watch the trailer for season 1 and then season 2? Because I'm just trying to get a gist of the show. Top one, I figure, yeah, I was gonna watch season 1's trailer first. Is it weird to watch season 2's trailer before seeing it all? Or like, you know, would that spoil me, I guess? Oh, wait, the first one has 2 trailers. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be weird. Okay. So I'll just do the 2 trailers for one then. I want to make it long enough to be a decent video. So there's 2 trailers for season 1, and then there's 2 trailers for season 2. That makes sense. I was wondering why I said final trailer, but they made it a habit already that they do 2 trailers per thing, right? Because it's official trailer 2, this official trailer 1. And then for season 2, they drop 1 trailer. So that means the second one by default is the final one. And the second one has a lot more emotion. So I guess more people picked it. I don't get how that happens though. I mean, I guess. Yeah, because when it first releases, nobody knows about the show. It's like no one's going to want to watch the trailer. And then when you hear it from a friend, you're not going to watch the trailer. You're just going to watch it because someone suggested it. So yeah, I guess it makes sense. Season 2 got like 20 million.
Welcome to the oil.
Show's really good. All right, bet. What's good, YouTube? We got video recommended from a glorious chatter. You know what I'm saying? We got our dog SRS BS. You know what I'm saying? This is Landman. We're gonna be watching official trailer 1, official trailer 2, and just seeing if it's comp. I'm actually finishing a long series, and I've started a lot of like longer series, or at least series with longer episodes. So this might be one I add to my list. We are going to see. As always, gonna pre-fire a little like. And as always, the main man Sly. Sign on to your talent to provide you some content. Without further ado, though, let's get straight into Landman.
Welcome to the oil business.
Football, oil, given reality TV show. Good sound choices.
Oil and gas industry makes $3 billion a day in pure profit.
A day?
And it's only getting bigger. But before any of that money is made, you gotta secure the land, then manage the people.
Okay.
That's my job.
Like that?
First part's pretty simple.
That's what makes it good.
It's the second part that can get you killed.
Good God. Snake? Maybe.
The world has already convinced itself that you are evil and I am evil.
Like I've seen that actually.
For providing them the one thing they interact with every day.
Getting oil out of the ground is the most dangerous job in the world. We don't do it because we like it. We do it because we run out of options.
Everybody's whole family works the patch.
Options.
Everybody's whole family works the patch.
Where I know him from, I can't quite put my finger on. But we know him. We for sure know him. I think I might see him in the Transformers movie. I'm trying to think. It's either that or some random TV show. On like MTV or something.
Roll the dice one last time.
Sticking with beer, you want something stronger?
I quit drinking, I'll stick with beer.
I quit drinking, I'll stick with beer. I like it.
Welcome to the oil business.
Okay. Comm little official trailer 1. I'm not mad at it. I didn't really go frame by frame. It's like a very straightforward trailer.
Man.
And because I don't know ball, I can't like pause, like, you know what I'm saying? At certain pieces and like know what I'm talking about. So I kind of got to just like skim and analyze.
Die. Oil companies don't.
Okay. Now we can analyze. She has a nice house. She was saying something about roll of dice again. So it's like, he's been here before. Ant-Man guy. What? Ant-Man guy. It was in the with the taxi. Jose? I think his name maybe have been Jose. Unless I'm tripping. Nah, I appreciate y'all. Y'all know ball, bro. Y'all know ball.
Texas.
Luis, that was his name.
It ain't any different than Tombstone or Dodge City.
More football focused. So, I mean, it's not really a prediction. It's pretty known. There's a family here. He was in the business. He went out the business. I think he's coming back in the business. And we're learning about the business while also looking at how he balances his family life. Knowing his business is worth as much money as it is. Peep how the other dude was in a suit while this guy just being casual clothes. So it's like he left it behind. He's retired. He's just trying to be a regular dude, but they pulling him back in. That's what I'm pulling from there.
First comes the dreamers, then the bankers, and then the desperate.
What does that make you?
A divorced alcoholic with $500,000 in debt, and I'm one of the lucky ones.
Every oil company has a version of Tommy. You cannot function without one.
I wouldn't want to have your job this week. You wouldn't want to have my job any week. The oil business.
So he's probably like the guy that handles dirty work. That's probably why he got out. Saw the horrors of it, through and through.
Affects everything in a town like this. Can we come inside?
Your children are going to inherit an oil fortune, but your grandchildren won't. The party's not ending tomorrow, but it is ending.
You're still a betting man. Now go and make a bet.
We're pushing that ship story better.
Oh, a bad man gonna make a bet. You a firefighter?
Put me on a crew. I need to know how every aspect works.
Like father, like son.
Another Norris in the oil patch. What a waste.
It's such a mystery to me.
Another Norris in the oil patch. What a waste.
Look kind of tough, I ain't gonna lie. I wonder what that is on his hat. It's doing like a Geiger counter or like a camera.
It's such a mystery to me why our marriage didn't work out.
Oh, you like that?
No, I don't like that. Men die.
Drugs? Drugs, oil money, somebody's dream, or football. This is wearing firefighting uniforms.
Men die. Oil companies don't.
Wild West.
You bet your ass.
Not bad. Not bad, not bad at all. Landman, Paramount. I kind of like it, chat. I'm not going to lie. Well, appreciate y'all for watching. That was a quick little Landman trailer. And yeah, stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. Trying to catch me next. Peace. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think I might check it out, to be honest. Especially because I feel like shows are dying. So this might be a good chance to see what the state of the, state of the universe looks like. I usually don't watch shows like this, but it's actually goated. See, that gives me hope. So I don't normally watch shows like this either. But I feel like shows like this are dying out. So this is the perfect chance to watch something that came out recently and see what it like. You know what I'm saying? Like Suits. I seen Suits back in the day. I don't think the two are completely related, but I don't watch stuff like Suits. But I watched it and it was cool. And I heard they were doing like a Suits LA. That joint flopped so bad after the first season they stopped airing. So it's like shows nowadays can't really capitalize on So I'm interested, to say the least. Suits is amazing. Suits is amazing. I like the plot. And they have really good character development. I'm gonna do the top one. What's good, YouTube? We got a video from 21 Pilots. We got Heavy Dirty Soul recommended by my dog. SRS BSNS. I think I hit that piece by piece. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's the main man Sly. Shout out to your timeline. Without further ado, about to pre-fire this light. We're just gonna slide right into it, man. We know 21 Pilots. They get stuff now. Okay, someone might be driving. I fuck with the drums, I'm not gonna lie. I used to want to play drums. I actually still have my drumsticks. I can't remember where they are. I think they're in my... I have like a totem in my bed. I think they're in there. That's not my drum. Probably either Guilt. No, either. It's most likely like... It's not the type of song that would be on my playlist, but I for sure mess with the vibe. Drums are your favorite instrument. I'm not mad at that. I am not mad at Heavy Dirty Soul. That's Heavy Dirty Soul. 21 Pilots, man. Appreciate y'all for watching. As always, make sure you stay happy, healthy, hydrated. Catch you in the next. Peace. That wasn't bad. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Better than I thought. Better than I thought. It's not normally my go-to. Guitars and mine. Yeah, guitars are tough. Guitars were the first instruments I tried to learn, and then I went to drums. Because I don't think I ever put enough time into dedicating guitar, and then I went into drums. And then drums was like, drums aren't easy, but like I'd say they're probably one of the simpler instruments. No disrespect to any drummers. I know like with anything it's a learning curve, so to be the best at it, you know, I have no experience when it comes to experience required to be the best drummer, right? Or the experience requires to be the best guitarist. But like just base level to base level, I think the only other instrument you can compare to drums in terms of like ease of access that I've played is like some type of woodwind. But like you have to be like, you kind of have to have a little bit of talent for it. While with drums, as long as you have decent timing and rhythm, which is not always a granted thing, you know. But I always found drums fun, to be honest. A certain aura to them. Let's get these reacts out the way so I can call this a day. I see the yawning. I'm seeing the yawning way too often. I want to at least get this done, and I'll probably schedule before I head to bed, and then we already know what we're doing for tomorrow. So I got motivation, child. I push through. Let's go YouTube. We got a video from our favorite investigative journalist, Zevi. We got how Morocco became the most hated team in soccer. I have no ball knowledge about Morocco and soccer. I know a little bit about, you know, football. I know basic GOAT conversations. I know some medium hanging fruits. I played FIFA a little bit, so I know about people like Grealish. I've been seeing Lamine Yamal recently, but I don't know no crazy ball. So today we're gonna have my dog Zevi. He give us a little crash course on how Morocco truly became the most hated team in soccer. As always, the main man Sly. Slide until time on some content. And without further ado, let's just slide right in. Slide right in. Talk to me.
You see, the Moroccan national soccer team has a problem. They're currently the most disliked team in soccer.
I like the creativity of his fit right here. The brown does clash with all these other colors, but he's the only one with it on. So I'll give him credit where credit's due.
Soccer or football right now. Well, you see, during their match against Team Senegal, by the way, Team Morocco is in the white, Team Senegal is in the green. Okay, during their match against Team Senegal in the Africa Cup Finals, Team Morocco started doing some strange things to win. And by strange, I mean really strange, because at one point, Team Morocco starts stealing Team Senegal's towels. This is Senegal's backup goalkeeper. Goalkeepers are the people who block the balls with their hands. Goalkeeper Diouf putting his life on the line for a towel, because towels are a lot more important than you may think, especially for goalkeepers who need to constantly dry their hands so the ball doesn't slip through their fingers. The Moroccan players know this, so it starts off light. A Moroccan player takes a Senegalese goalkeeper's towel and tosses it over the stands. The Senegalese goalkeeper, his name is Mendy, remember that name, sees this and he says, all right, that was weird. Let me just go over and get my towel. Gets his towel. Mendy goes back in the game doing his thing. He comes back to his goal and his towel is gone again. The Moroccan player said, don't look at us. We was out here in the game like you. So Senegal's backup goal.
But it's weird because it's like, you already moved my towel the first time. I ain't saying that because I went crazy the first time. But you feel me? It's like, okay. You're a little suspicious.
Keeper Diouf gives Mendy a towel and says, look,
I'm gonna keep an eye out for your towels next time. Juve goes back in the cut. He peeking at the goal, trying to see who's taking Mendy's towels. The culprit strikes. A Moroccan ball keeper runs over, snatches the towel. Juve says, hey. But to Juve's surprise, the ball boy didn't care that he got caught. He looked at Juve, he said, what? Juve said, hey, Jinna the fly best wala danga dof. Boy, give my towel. Then Juve, he said, what? Juve said, hey, Jinna the fly best wala.
Hold on, I didn't even catch it. I don't think I was gonna go back so I could replicate what he said, add that phrase to my bag. Not happening. I just want to know what he said.
Didn't care that he got caught. He looked at Juve. He said, what? Juve said, hey, Jinna the
demon
fly
slap
best wala danga dof. Boy, give my towel. The ball boy said, I don't know what you said, but you ain't getting this towel. So Juve goes over, start fighting the ball boy for the towel. The ball boy said, you shouldn't have done that. I don't know how to whistle. Other Moroccan ball boys start rushing over, and it goes down.
I can whistle. I can't whistle with like the two fingers, but I can whistle regularly.
And them folk get to scrapping for that towel. But remember what I told you, Juve's the backup goalkeeper. He not letting go of the prize. It gets to a point where they start dragging Juve off the field, towel in hand. Juve looking around, he said, where the officials at? The officials rush over. They said, what's the problem, Juve? Juve said, look. The official said, oh, well, everything could be solved if you just give us the towels. At one point, the official, security, I don't know what this guy is, start trying to take the towels too. Look at Juve's face. He's in shock. He said, hey, yo. They said, give us the towels. And peep the ball boy's face. This mean everything to him. He said, give us the towels. But Juve ain't gave him the towels. So anytime the main goalkeeper needed a towel, what Juve would have to do was basically play one-on-one with the Moroccan player on the sidelines. Try to juke him and rush.
Yeah, imagine, bro. You have to hit it with a dig route, spin move to get someone a towel, and you're a backup goalkeeper.
Over to the main goalkeeper, Mendy, so Mendy can dry his hands. So it may come as no surprise to you that on the field, questionable calls start going towards Morocco near the end, and things start getting heated. So heated that Senegal's team walked off the field. But Senegal's superstar and one of the greatest soccer players of all time, Sadio Mane, commanded them to...
See, I don't know enough ball. I don't know who bro is, bro. I feel like I need to get to a point where I at least know the stars of most teams. Hit him with the hezzy. Nah, for sure.
Get back on the field. He said, calls this, calls that, Senegal in one. So Senegal gets back on the field. A Moroccan player shoots a penalty kick, which is kind of like a free throw, but he tries to do this sort of fancy penalty kick called a panenka so he can embarrass the Senegalese goalkeeper, but the Senegalese goalkeeper's hands were dry and he caught that ball. Senegal goes on to score a goal of their own and they win the tournament. And where it starts to get wicked is Morocco.
He was trying to aura farm, bro. They made the opponent weaker so they could like embarrass him in a more humiliating way to try to earn position. But it's like, again, it's like there's very few ways making your enemy weaker gives you like aura points. Like if it's a war and you like move in a certain way that like stops them from getting food or something or water, that's aura. Oh yeah, he held them down at the border, locked them down from getting any resources. That's tough. But if it's to the point where they are like weakening the opponent intentionally, like, oh yeah, we just kidnapped all the men, so the only people they could send into war were like boys, and then we won. You sound like a bitch. You had to fight little boys. It's like, it's not tough. You try to get a like flashy penalty kickoff, but you only had the confidence to do that if the goalkeeper was nerfed.
Ended up winning the Fair Play Award, which pissed people off because they weren't only stealing Senegal's towels, they were stealing Nigeria's towels as well, who they played in the semi-final. So people didn't think they deserved this award. Although I think the Fair Play Award just technically means like you got the least amount of violations or something. Regardless, people didn't like the optics. And in the end, Morocco never explained why they were stealing players' towels. So aside from the goalkeeper drying their hands, people also believe that Morocco was trying to steal the towels because Morocco believed that Senegal and Nigeria were doing black magic with the towels. And people also think Morocco was stealing towels because many goalkeepers usually keep their tips about the opposing players inside of their towels. It's like a cheat sheet, which is legal. Regardless of the reason, Morocco doing all this just to lose? That's embarrassing. Now I'm adding this part in for my YouTube watchers because this is actually much worse for Morocco than it may seem. Because the thing is, they're slated to host the 2030 World Cup. They're co-hosting with Spain and Portugal. And why they're slated to co-host the 2030 World Cup is because they spent billions of dollars on their infrastructure. Billions of dollars to build this stadium. Why might they do that, you ask? Because when you host the World Cup,
you get a lot of cash, especially because of the tourism. Millions of the world's richest people come to your country to watch the World Cup. They spend a lot of money. They say, wow, this country is beautiful. They decide to come back, spend more money. Your country instantly gains a bunch of cash, like forever. This is why in the 2026 World Cup that's happening in America, so many different places want to host their own section of the World Cup because they all want that piece of tourism. That's why you got World Cup matches happening in like Nashville, and they're all not being headed in like the big cities. Everybody wants a piece. But them trying to steal.
It's like, it's better to keep it. It's like, especially in this case, if we're trying to pull eyes, it's better to just keep it one thing. It sounds weird because like then there's gonna be more people. You think it makes it more polluted, but like if only thing that matters is like, let's say like the 5 biggest fish. Oh man, what does it matter? What is these? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this lesser things?
Opposing players' towels send a message to the world how horrible they are at hosting tournaments. Because I forgot to mention, but Morocco was the one hosting the final. So Senegal and Morocco were playing in Morocco. That's why you got these Moroccan ball boys, the Moroccan security officials trying to take towels because they're in Morocco's house. Because what people figured, I mean, it's not a hard leap to make, is that these Moroccan ball boys are not just doing this on their own. They must be backed by somebody on top because they had no fear in tackling opposing players, dragging them off the field. They must know that they're protected. So people are worried that Morocco's going to show their ass again when other teams try to play in the World Cup. Like, they lost something greater than just losing an African Cup final. It's called the AFCON final, by the way. I'm just saying African Cup for the folks watching in America who don't know what AFCON is. Anyway, they lost something.
It's like they're losing that rapport and reputation. And then the thing that's supposed to like be their booming like motion is now like cooked because of their decisions too. That's crazy.
And greater, which is people's trust, because they've shown that they'll do anything it takes to win, even these little petty things. And the crazy part of it to me is Morocco's got a really good team. Like this petty little maneuver, bro, the amount that you can gain for what you're gonna lose.
Squandered it all on a risk, bro. On a minor setback for major comeback, bro. Was not worth it.
Think about if that's worth it. And what I mean by that is you taking a towel to get a slight edge on the goalkeeper's hands being wet or dry is one thing. But you don't seem to be weighing the overall consequences of stealing opposing people's towels. How much of an edge is that towel really gonna give you versus the fact that now nobody in the world trusts you to host a World Cup? You spend billions of dollars on everything because you're trying to take towels. It's not worth it. Just play the game. Try to win the game. You're not getting that much on the towels. You understand what I'm saying? At the end of it all, the head of FIFA scolded both Senegal and Morocco. Senegal for walking off the field when they kept getting screwed on penalties, and Morocco for the towel incident. He said it was pretty much a disgrace. People were then asking for more repercussions for Morocco from FIFA, but FIFA just kept its mouth closed. Morocco is set to co-host the World Cup in 2030. I'm sure FIFA doesn't want the situation to get any worse than it is. They just want to stay quiet, let everybody forget about it, and Morocco hosts 2030. And I think most people are okay with the whole thing blowing over because at the end of the day, again, Morocco still lost. Meet the man who ran.
You know, you think you catch it, but you don't catch it. You think you catch it, but you don't. You see, this is what the lack of outro does.
You see the Morocco?
It does that, man. Appreciate y'all for watching. As always, Main Man Slaw. And yeah, make sure you stay happy, healthy, hydrated. Catch you in the next. Peace. I feel the sleep deprivation getting to me, chat. Still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still got 6 left. We can make it. We can make it. That's about an hour.
Meet the man who ran one of the.
What's good, chat? Very big video on I'm not gonna say the GOAT. I was gonna say the GOAT. This is not my GOAT. Very big figure. We got a video on El Mencho. We got the most dangerous cartel leader was taken down. Very recent, very recent, and like very explosive news. Yeah, it's always gonna prefer a little light. I'm gonna let our journalists take it away, man. Trust him, trust the sources. See what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? As always, Main Man Slide. Slide onto your timeline and provide you some content. Without further ado, slide right in.
the most violent cartels in modern history, Nemesio Oseguera Cervantes, aka El Mencho. And you see, El Mencho wasn't no ordinary cartel boss. Let me put it to you like this. His group, the CJNG, was worth $50 billion. You know how much crime you gotta do to make $50 billion? So the United States and Mexico, how much crime?
That aside, you know how much crime you have to do to get a bounty on your head of 10 million USD? This ain't one piece.
You gotta do to make $50 billion? So the United States and Mexico had a problem. Like, they got together, they said, now El Mencho doing too much.
You don't really want to say that next thing you dragged out your house. What? You don't really want to say that next thing you dragged out your house. I just said he has a bounty. I said he has a bounty. You know, don't send up black trucks, you know what I'm saying?
United States said, so Mexico, let us know what he be doing down there. Mexico said, well, for starters, he be selling that stuff. The United States said, well, of course. Where he be coming to? Texas, California. Mexico said, no, he be selling all over the world. He be in Africa, he be in China, he worldwide with it. The United States said, $50 billion. Yeah, that makes sense. Mexico said, yeah, and don't get mad. But he also be stealing oil. The United States said, what y'all need? The CIA, the FBI? We got to put aside our differences. The United States and Mexico locked in. But CIA this, CIA that.
Not suckers and we're bad at it. We suckers and like that's our weak spot, bro. Sucker punch prone.
Mencho was not going to be easy to capture because you're not listening. I said $50 billion. This man basically had his own private military. They even got their names on their uniform. They weren't hiding about it. I got to blur out half this picture. That man had an RPG. And they weren't afraid to use their too. In fact, that's what makes it so tough to take out cartel bosses because of retaliation. It's basically the threat of you mess with us, we burning it all down. But that does not mean Mexico has not been trying. They've been trying for many, many years to capture El Mencho. But every time Mexico...
Not to mention with the amount of like troops it has, it's like, even his like, it's like he's Sakuna, bro. Even a grunt is like finger grade level. And it's like, you mess with the wrong, push him, it's like, you can't really do much. And it's like, if you want to capture the head boss, with his ability now, it's like, what are you going to do? Like, even if you break past the ability, you can just run and you're like stuck there for at least a little bit.
Ups it, El Mencho doubles it. They sent the police after El Mencho. They caught one of his people. El Mencho said, okay, then we're going to catch the police. So El Mencho's group, the CJNG, were blocking roads and police officers. The Mexican government said, okay, so we're going to send the army. El Mencho said, bet, I'm going to send the army too. It's just going to be my army. El Mencho started rocket launching army helicopters out the sky. The United States said, damn, how about we try this our way? You see, if there's one thing you got to know about the United States is that...
My goat, John Kiraku. The problem is this implies that us trying our best, this implies, forget all that. This implies like, well, it doesn't imply, but it kind of puts into perspective how much power we have like militant wise. I'm not gonna
hides itself in gathering intelligence. And what that looks like a lot of times is finding out a target's weakness. In El Mencho's case, it was a woman. Now, people aren't exactly sure if it's this woman, but you get the point. So the United States CIA said, look, he got a girl, let's follow her around. And here's where things start to get wicked. They start following her around. She go to the store.
She wearing a uniform though. That means she's dedicated to the cause.
They go to the store. She go to the laundromat. They go to the laundromat. She go and visit El Mencho. They go and visit El Mencho. And now it's time for our story break. Look, if you're dealing with random...
Not happening, big bro. Not my cup of tea, man.
Free overdraft and more. Now back to our story. El Mencho's girl just kept going to this place in Mexico called Tapalpa. They said, Tapalpa? Ain't nothing in Tapalpa. Or is there? So they gather up the whole crew. They gather up the army. They gather up the police force. And they start rolling deep. It was off to Tapalpa. But the roads started getting blocked and all that. They said, we getting close. More roads blocked by burning cars. The CJNG was trying to slow down the Mexican forces. But not this time. The Mexican forces blitzed through and found El Mencho in a compound with his army. And a firefight ensued. It was like a scene out of a movie. Explosions, RPGs going off, army versus army. Eventually, when the dust settled, the Mexican army took El Mencho into custody. But he had a lot of injuries. And as they were trying to transfer him, he got from his injuries. And well, as the Mexican government feared, the CJNG said, well, you mess with us, we're burning it down. So the CJNG went on a spree of burning down cars, blocking roads, just causing chaos in Mexico.
it's like it's not only that they're militant, they have like too much firepower at their disposal too. It's like it's beyond just political. It's like they have political, physical, they have every type of power you could imagine, bro.
25 Mexican National Guard members were. Yeah, the retaliation was real. But Mexico, as always, continues to stand strong and is putting up a hard fight against cartels. As for Elemental's legacy, the CJNG, his cartel group, people are worried about the power vacuum that has now arisen since Elemental was.
This is the biggest problem with like when people were like, why doesn't Batman slay Joker and them? This is why, bro. Power vacuum's gonna be left. Who's gonna fill it? And then when you got crazy people, bro, that power gap is not filled, or like not power gap, more of like power vacuum. That's not filled with normal niggas, bro. That's filled with niggas that might invest the entire city with bed bugs or termites for pure love of the game. I don't want no parts, bro.
People have no idea who's gonna take over where. Elemental's son, who would have been a favorite to take over, is actually in custody by the United States. The Mexican government captured him a few years back and sent him to the U.S. So that leaves Elemental's inner circle and close family. People are worried that a couple people are gonna go at it, because remember, $50 billion is what Elemental's group was worth. When you're talking about $50 billion, yeah, people are going to be very desperate to try to lead that organization. I want you to take a look at this map. It shows how much influence Elemental's group, the CJNG, had. Let me show you a quick, easy way to read this map. You see this little gray space right here? That's the only part of Mexico that the CJNG didn't have influence over. Everywhere else in this map basically means their territory. And remember, their influence is also worldwide. Africa, China. I saw a shirt that said CJNG for Africa. Like their organization was an organization. They made t-shirts. You see, really what I'm trying to have you understand is somebody's going to want to take over that group. And if there's a war within the CJNG to take over that group, it can get really, really violent. Remember, they have military arms. But there's something else that made the CJNG dangerous. It's the fact that Elemental was a centralized leader. Elemental basically held all of the power in its cartel, and that could be a very dangerous thing. Basically, it's kind of like this. A lot of people may know the name El Chapo, who is the leader of the Sinaloa cartel. In El Chapo's case, and it's in the Sinaloa cartel, it was like a federation. There were so many powerful families under the Sinaloa cartel. When El Chapo was taken down, the Sinaloa cartel basically split into these different families. You see, under a federation, if things split, things can split. It's like if the United States, for some reason, decides to split into 50 states, everyone would just go their own way. But in Elemental's case, he was basically like the king of his cartel. That means winner.
It stays together, but it's like it stays together under someone's power. For now, it's a respect of our king who is missing, but we have to find someone to replace him, or else what he built might fall.
Takes all. Whoever leads that cartel has everything. There ain't no powerful factions. The king rules the country, the king rules the country. It don't split. But to make matters worse, let's say for some reason, even if Elemental's group, the CJNG, disappears, that's going to leave a power vacuum in itself. So other cartel groups that are still in Mexico are going to want that number one spot as well. So much money is made with people selling that stuff. It always seems like there is a group that pops in every few years that takes over the entire landscape. Basically, as long as there's a massive amount of money to be made, there's always going to be somebody out there that wants to make that money. So it's just a very, very tough situation when it comes to cartels and Mexico. So people are keeping a very close eye on the CJNG and seeing how the power divides amongst them. But either way, I hope the best for the citizens of Mexico and hope this.
Hey man, yeah, see that lack of intro, he almost called me. Appreciate y'all for watching. As always, make sure you stay happy, healthy, hydrated. Catch you in the next. Peace. All right, chat. This is the end, man. Appreciate y'all for being here all the way through. You know, the gaps, all of that. You know, I love seeing new people in the chat. I'll be live again tomorrow, you know. Yeah. I'll catch